Good morning, and welcome to my favorite part of the commercial steer program. It's the day you guys get up here and deliver your speech. You're practiced, you're polished, you're beautiful. I'm telling you, you look so good. You've worked so hard. You're finally here. Everybody in this room, I want to start by giving these kids a round of applause for doing all of the hard work that it took to get them here in this room this morning, looking so good and so ready to do this. The number one fear of all the people our age, guess what it is? It's doing what you guys are about to do, and you've already licked it, all right? All the hard work is done. All the standing in the mirror, looking goofy at yourself, going, how am I ever going to do? All that's done, and today you get to do it, and I'm so proud of you. It's our favorite part. I truly believe that doing these kind of things are what's going to catapult you to success in your life. I don't care what it is. There's a common thread that runs through all successful people. It is the ability to communicate. And that's why we give you this opportunity, okay? So relax now. All the hard work is done. Let me tell you something else. Somebody is going to forget something today. Most of you are going to have this moment in your speech where you're wondering if the next words are going to flow. All right, I promise you they will. And guess what every single person in this room is doing while you're nervous about that? If you do get stuck, guess what every single person in this room is doing? They're rooting for you. They're pulling for you. They're not smiling. They're not giggling. They're not laughing. They're pulling for you, all right? We're all here for you. So I want you to relax. I want you to have fun with this and come give your speech. I've got some real bad news I have to share with you. I'm not going to ask you questions this year. I know. Everybody on the outside is going, oh, that's our... we don't have time to get to everything today if we ask questions. Dr. Miller and Dr. Rathman's questions, I learned so much just from listening to those guys. We can't do it this year. We're going to figure it out for next year, but you get a little reprieve this year. All right, so all you're going to do this morning is come up and deliver your speech, and then you're going to go back and sit down. There will be time afterwards for you to visit with Dr. Rathman, with Dr. Miller. If you would like to do so about your speech, remind them there's 71 speeches going to be given today, all right? Remind them about your speech. They'll be happy to visit with you. We're all sad about it. There was just no solution, okay? There was no way we could have a banquet unless y'all wanted bacon and eggs at 4 o'clock in the morning for us to do questions and do a banquet and do awards and have it done by the time we had to get it all done. We'll fix it for next year somehow, some way. Sorry about that for today. And thank you all for all of the work that you've done in getting ready for the test, getting ready for those questions, and it has all benefited you, even though you're not going to get peppered by them today. Okay, that does cause a little problem I need to bring up about the premium book. In the premium book, it says we're going to break ties. Any tie that we have, we're going to break them by your questions. All right, so if you really careered a question that Dr. Rathman asked, which is difficult to do, by the way, then that might help break a tie. We can't do that since we're not doing questions this year. So here's the way ties are going to be broken. Any tie, I don't care what it is. All right, the first tiebreaker is going to the test. All right, if there is a tie in any of the individual components or the overall contest, whoever is the top test taker is going to win that tie. If we have a tie between those two people on the test, then we're going to drop to the speech, all right? If we still have a tie, or for instance, if it is the test that we're trying to break the tie, then we're going to go to the speech, all right? If it's the speech that we're trying to break the tie and we have a tie on the test, we're going to the ultrasound data for yield grade. All right, everybody got that? So it goes ultrasound data for yield grade if we have to break a tie. Anybody got any questions about any of that? All right, I'll hand it over to your superintendent of 23 years, Mr. John Mack.
We actually thought we could make up the time if we just would have Trace kind of trim down those pre-question stories that he had. Boy, y'all ain't need to sharpen up. Shailene and Molly, thank you so much for being here. Yes, take your time, girl. Y'all are a perfect fit for this contest. Exhibitors, you'll be evaluated by two of the top professionals in the beef industry, all the way from their experiences in development, product development, through branding. They're meat scientists. But their keynote, just exactly what Trace was talking about, their ability to communicate have catapulted them into the world spotlight. They're keynote speakers around the world representing your beef industry. That's pretty exciting, isn't it? All right, we're going to introduce first Dr. Shailene McNeil, Pleasanton, Texas, Executive Director of the National Cattlemen's Beef Association. She's a registered dietitian. Earned her PhD at Texas A&M in human nutrition. Spokesman for our beef industry, health and wellness. A round of applause for Dr. McNeil. Dr. Molly McAdams, New Berlin, Texas. She probably drove the closest of any judge we have on this whole complex. She's CEO of the Texas Beef Council, a meat scientist with experience in all facets of the beef industry, from development to promotions, and she is a top. She conducts business, her own brands, around the world, and so she knows all about this industry you're about to talk about. But we would like for you to, Molly, if you would, please stand up and just give us a few words about what y'all are looking for today, and then about some of the goodies you brought.
Thank you, John. So I want to reiterate what Mr. Blair said, and that is that we certainly are all rooting for you. This contest holds a really special place in my heart. My son competed in this, and so I understand, and as does Dr. McNeil, we know the amount of work that you all have put in to get to this point today. As you're giving your speeches, really what we're going to be looking for is your knowledge. We're going to be assessing you as far as your confidence as well. What we'll ask you to do is if you hit a stumbling block, just keep pushing through. Keep pushing through, because again, we're going to first assess your preparation and your knowledge. And I know for a fact every single one of you is well prepared. We know that. So have confidence in yourself for that. I brought a couple of things from Texas Beef Council at this table right behind my right shoulder. You're welcome to take a look at it. I call them tchotchkes. I haul them with me wherever I go. And so our brand is Beef Loving Texans. And that's a brand that is on behalf of the stakeholders and beef producers in the state of Texas. Because you have commercial steers in Texas, you're a stakeholder. I work for you. So feel free when you get a break at some point to run up here and grab a little bit of something as you can take your pride back home with you. Have a great contest. We're going to be moving fast, and we're going to be looking forward to hear everything you have to say. I appreciate your advocacy on behalf of this great industry. Thanks for being here.
Jay?
Good morning. It's a little loud. So while you guys are giving your speech, as you've seen before, and some of you not seen before have been here, we're going to bring your steers in this auction right through the ring right here. And while you're speaking, we're going to be judging your steers for yield grade and quality grade from a live visual standpoint. And to do that today, I'd like you to welcome our judges, two of the world's utmost experts on beef science. First, I'd like you to welcome Dr. Ryan Rathman to my immediate right. And to my far right, Dr. Mark Miller. So with that, we're going to get started. After we run through these steers, both would like to speak to both of you, or all of you, in regards to your steers. But for time's sake, we're going to move right on and get started. Trace?
So now microphone stuff. That was one of them. Y'all are not going to get anywhere near that speaker, but if that happens, you've gone way too far that way. All right, so a little bit more about a microphone. Can everybody tell that I'm not talking through the microphone right now? Okay. All right, so if you hold the microphone down here like this, guess what? We're not going to hear you, and neither will that live stream where all of the friends and grandparents and everybody at home. You've got to hold the microphone in front of your mouth, not under your mouth like this, right in front of your mouth, okay? If you look over and you see me doing something like this, I'm not fist bumping you, I'm showing you, get that microphone in front of your mouth so we can hear you. Do you hear the difference? Everybody hear the difference? Okay. You don't have to have the microphone right on your mouth, but you can't have it this far away either, all right? About an inch from your mouth is where you want it, right in front to where you are talking directly into the top of it. Everybody got it? Okay. All right, one more thing. Because we have so many people today, we're not going to, do y'all hear an echo feedback? A lot of times in the past, for those of you that don't, have not been here before, we take a break at the end of every table, every row of tables, and we visit and, have nice little 10-minute, we can't do it today. I'm going to keep rolling, all right? So 2 things. I'm going to stop when the judges need to stop. Y'all let me know when you need to stop, and we will do that, okay? Otherwise, kiddos, I know you're going to need to get up at some point. I want you to keep it at an absolute minimum. And do not get up when one of your fellow competitors is standing in front of you with a microphone in their hand, okay? As soon as someone is finished, if you need to get up and go to the bathroom, you may do that. Then wait until, if you are not back before the next competitor is finished with their speech, wait till that next competitor finishes with their speech before you come walking back through, okay? Let's give everybody the courtesy of not being distracting and constantly getting up and down and walking around this building, all right? It's going to be a long day. Bear with us. Now, we will take a break at some point. We will take an overall break somewhere in the late 11 o'clock hour to noonish hour, and I'll give you more details about that break here in a little bit. Any questions? Am I forgetting to announce anything? Anybody else need to say anything before we get started? Hot dog, let's go to Macy Puska. One other thing, that microphone's still up there on the table. All you got to do is turn it on, okay? And then leave it on.
Imagine having a bad stomach ache, so bad that you feel weak, can't eat, and just want to lay down. Now imagine having that stomach ache day after day. That is how cattle with acidosis feel. Howdy, I'm Macy Puska from the Untitled FFA chapter. I've been around cattle my entire life, with my family owning a cow-calf operation. But with this being my first year raising commercial steers, I learned about acidosis and how it affects beef cattle. I also learned how it must be diagnosed and treated in order to keep your animal alive and healthy. Ruminal acidosis is the excessive production and accumulation of acids in the rumen. It is most commonly associated with the ingestion of large amounts of highly fermentable carbohydrate-rich feeds. Acidosis occurs when the rumen pH drops below 5.5 for extended periods of time. The pH of a normal rumen sits between a 5.6 and a 7.0. When the pH drops below the ideal level, acid is produced at a faster rate than can be absorbed, causing movement in the rumen to stop, impacting appetite and feed conversion. This causes an increase in harmful bacteria in the rumen, which in turn leads to more acid buildup. The acid buildup can cause damage to the lining of the stomach and allows toxins to enter the bloodstream. The primary cause of acidosis is eating a high level of rapidly digestible carbohydrates, low amounts of fiber, and switching from forage-based to high grain diets too rapidly. When feeding my steers, I slowly transitioned from a forage base to a transition pellet and then to whole kernel corn in order to avoid acidosis. The whole kernel allowed the corn to be digested at a slower rate, and the corn hull acted as the roughage needed in the rumen while still getting the high proteins and carbohydrates needed for weight gain. I also added a small amount of hay to each feeding for extra roughage. Even on this diet, I still had to pay close attention each day to my steer's health. There are two types of acidosis, acute and subacute. Subacute acidosis is a temporary imbalance between acid production and absorption, when the rumen pH drops below 5.5 and stays there for only a short period of time and then recovers. Subacute acidosis is less severe but is more likely to reoccur and can lead to poor performing cattle. Acute acidosis occurs when the rumen pH drops severely and remains low for extended periods of time. Acute acidosis is much more serious and needs to be treated quickly. The most common signs of acidosis include reduced feed intake, increase in temperature and breathing, dehydration, weight loss, diarrhea, and lethargy. Prolonged acidosis can lead to organ damage, laminitis, and even death. The best way to prevent acidosis is to ensure good rumen health by providing cattle with a well-balanced feed diet that includes roughage. Also, transitioning to grain slowly, providing consistent feeding schedules, and allowing for proper water intake can reduce the risk of acidosis. Treatment for acidosis may include an injection of thiamine to reduce the accumulation of lactic acid in the rumen, removal and replacement of bad rumen with good rumen, or giving sodium bicarbonate to decrease the rumen pH. It is important to manage acidosis in your feeder cattle so that you are able to maximize profits and produce a healthy animal for the consumer. I learned a lot about acidosis as I raised my first set of commercial steers, and I'm happy that I was able to manage their health and nutrition so that there were no negative effects this season. Thank you.
Good job, Macy. Good way to start us off. All right, folks, we're going to skip to number 9, Quanah Dudley from Leon County. Quanah's got a show steer across the way that is about to show, and so we're going to move him up so he can jump over there and do that. Quanah, take it away. Thank you, bud.
We've all been there, the doctor's office. After you check in, you go to the waiting room and sit down. Maybe you'll read a Western lifestyle magazine or two. Anyways, after waiting for a little bit, they call you back, and we all know the drill there. You go down the hall, take off your shoes, and step up on that scale. The numbers flicker and flash, and eventually you get a number. But have you ever thought about why that number that pops up is so important? Howdy, I'm Quanah Dudley from Centerville, Texas. Scales are the most underestimated tool for a cattle producer. Today, I will talk to you about some of the most beneficial uses for scales, such as feeding, medication, and selling. Cattle feeders strive to deliver a high-quality ration to their cattle to promote consistent average daily gain and prevent feed intake fluctuations. In order to do this, I feed my cattle about 1% of their body weight in feed per day until they reach approximately 1,000 pounds. In order to effectively do this, I need to know two things. First, how much of their weight, how much they weigh, and second, how much of that weight is equal to 1% of their body weight. I need scales to weigh the cattle and scales to weigh the feed. Underfeeding my cattle results in lack of growth and not enough energy for my cattle, which will result in less money in my pocket. Overfeeding cattle results in numerous problems, such as increasing unnecessary feed cost, increasing health risks such as liver abscesses, and it overfattens cattle, which results in less money in my pocket. In order to ensure complete nutrition for my cattle, I custom mix a high-quality feed ration. Our first ingredient, corn. But there's a problem. Corn is very expensive this year. Thanks, China. In order to ensure complete nutrition for my cattle, I have to be extremely accurate with the base of my ration, which is 80% corn. I need scales to weigh this feed so I can ensure my cattle get complete nutrition every day. I start with the largest ingredient in my feed and finish with the smallest, medicine. We medicated our feed with two products, Rumensin and Aromycin. Aromycin is an antibiotic that requires a veterinary feed directive to use. A veterinary feed directive, or VFD, is a medical prescription given for cattle. Rumensin is an ionophore. It alters the cattle's rumen to help it work more efficiently. The best treatment option is the prevention of underdosage and overdosage by usage of scales. Cattle scales are also extremely useful for medication accuracy. For instance, Draxxin. It costs $550 for a small 100 milliliter bottle. But there's a catch. My grandfather is terrible at guessing the weight of cattle. And even then, he always tends to give them a little more than they need. Because if a little's good, a whole lot must be fantastic. But with an expensive medicine like Draxxin, that's just not the case. We may give 100 shots of Draxxin each fall, and each one of my steers would take maybe 14 milliliters. But if we miss each dosage by just 2 mils, that costs an unintended $1,100. And that really messes up the money in my pocket. Truck scales have helped us predict and combat shrinkage. My family loves to sell cattle in Oklahoma City, but it's super far away from my house. So, in order to combat the shrinkage that may occur, we've learned from using truck scales that if we send cattle 3 days early to be put on feed and water, we can eliminate almost all of our shrinkage. As you can see, scales are a cattleman's most underestimated weapon. Just as the doctor uses your weight to determine your treatment method, producers can use scales to ensure proper feeding, medicating, and get a good price when selling. So though the investment may seem expensive at first, the improvements and daily life of your cattle will make it worthwhile. Thank you.
Nice job, Quanah. Good luck with that market steer. Okay, let's go to Cohau County 4-H, Mr. Levi Golow. This is number 2, and Mark, Ryan, these are his cattle that are in the pen in front of you.
Nick Saban is the most successful college football coach of all time, winning 6 of the last 12 national titles. His approach to excellence comes through thorough analysis of his program by looking at his strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. The result of his continual annihilation of Alabama opponents is like a tail swats flies on the back of these steers. This analysis is termed SWOT, S-W-O-T. It is a tool many successful businesses use to help them guide in their decision-making to achieve success by analyzing their strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. For the beef industry to be successful, we need to perform this task, and I've done this with you. There are many strengths in the beef industry. This year alone, we've set record exports pacing $10 billion. Japan, South Korea, China, Mexico, and Canada account for 80% of our exports. China is a growing market, up an amazing 800%. Additionally, cattle prices are strong, and beef prices are at an all-time high and projected to increase through 2025. Our current leadership in our industry organizations are the TSCRA, the TCFA, and the NCBA are all strong leaders and well organized. This strength allows us to protect ourselves against bad laws and regulations that would harm our industry. Finally, we have the highest quality beef in the world, and this continues to improve. Last year, over 70% of our carcasses got choice or higher, a record. We do have weaknesses, however, such as record input costs with corn is at an all-time high, currently costing $12 per 100 pounds. This creates more expensive feed and puts pressure on our break-even prices. We've experienced a short supply of corn due to weather, competition from the ethanol industry, and China's recent record purchase of corn. Limited options for beef slaughter is a weakness, as cattle producers have little competition from which to price their beef, forcing them to settle for lower than acceptable prices. Drought in the recent years continue to arise. Our future is bright, with many opportunities on the horizon. I've already mentioned our robust export market, but new markets are emerging, such as South Africa, Taiwan, and the Dominican Republic. As these developing nations modernize, they favor U.S. beef. Beef fabrication is an undergoing innovative experience as carcasses become heavier. This allows for the opportunity to create new ways of fabricating beef cuts. To do this, we need new packing plants to allow for increased harvest capacity and slaughter competition. This year alone, we have new packing plants opening in Jerome, Idaho, and North Platte, Nebraska. And we have new custom harvesting plants opening all across the country, sourcing local beef for local consumers. Our future success is at a risk, such as the proposed legislation. New tax laws are being proposed to expand the death tax, increase capital gains from 20 to 40%, and eliminate step-up basis on inheritance. Corn is our largest needed resource to produce beef. While the United States has the greatest capacity to produce corn, competition for it is significantly increasing, making feeding cattle more expensive. In January 2021, China made a record purchase of 11 million tons of corn from the U.S. Can corn become too expensive to feed cattle? Finally, new competition to the beef continue to arise. Big meats such as the Impossible Burger and Beyond Meat try to take market share by convincing consumers they are a healthier alternative. Now, from all of this, you can see that the weaknesses and threats of our industry are concerning. But through understanding what is coming our way and positioning our strengths to take advantage of our opportunities, we, like the Alabama football team, can position the beef industry to attack these threats, shore up our weaknesses, and remain world champions. Thank you.
Thank you, Levi. Let's go to Canutillo FFA. Sorry about that, Zoe. Zoe Gensler.
Imagine having the key to feeding cattle, a key that would help our industry achieve a better feed efficiency, a key to a better performing feedlot steer. What I wouldn't do to get my hands on a key like that. But unfortunately, there is no definite key to feeding cattle efficiently. Sure, we have tips and tricks, like better feed rations and calmer cattle, but we are very far from finding a super steer that can achieve a feed efficiency of 1-to-1 or better. We could probably get there eventually, and boy, would I love to see the day that we do. But until then, we have to do with what we have, and that includes feeding cattle with feed conversions that look a little more like 8-to-1. Good morning. My name is Zoe Gensler. I'm from the Canutillo FFA chapter. Today, I would like to speak to you all about the past, present, and future of feed efficiency in cattle. Let's take a look back in the cattle industry. Cattle were primarily grass-fed and not very domestic. Paint a picture of ranchers having to chase their calves out on the open range of Texas. The cattle industry found its big boom as the newly built railroad system allowed for things to be transported from around our country quicker than ever. And that just so happened to include cattle. Now, everybody wanted beef, and our industry was forced to revolutionize the way that we fed our cattle. Now they were kept in small areas and fed feedstuffs, which included corn. When corn-fed beef was introduced, feeders found that they could feed out a steer a lot quicker and easier than if it was out on pasture. This way, demand for beef could be easier met. Now, today, we have found and introduced many new ways to more efficiently feed cattle. A good example of this is a study performed by Temple Grandin and one of her students from Colorado State University. They found that cattle that lived a more relaxed and calm life not only tasted better, but fed better as well. Another example is how our feed rations have evolved. We know that cattle perform better on corn, but we also know what different kinds of corn help them to do so. We learned about how their rumens work to digest different feeds and what we can do to speed up the process. The point is the industry has come a long way and continues to grow as it teaches youth like you and I as much as possible to keep it as prestigious as it is and has been in the past. So what are the next steps? Released to the US on January 13th of this year, Bovazyme GA is an enzyme solution that helps improve starch digestion efficiency in ruminant animals. This increases feed efficiency through body weight gain and lower feed intake. For those of us who may not fully understand what an enzyme is, it is a substance produced by a living organism that acts as a catalyst to bring about a certain biochemical reaction. So the enzymes inside of our animals help to perform very important tasks like building muscle and breaking down feed particles during digestion. Though I have not gotten the chance to use this product and have not seen its effects firsthand, this could be one of many steps to help bring down the overall cost of feeding commercial cattle, making it way easier to compete with our neighbors, the pork and chicken industries. The possibilities of the future of feeding cattle are endless. Whether we continue to change our feed conversions or come out with different products like Bovazyme GA, our industry continues to grow and in the correct direction. I don't know about you guys, but the day that we find cattle that can achieve a feed efficiency of 1-to-1 or better is a day that I kind of want to be here to see. The future innovations of our industry, I'm sure, will be amazing. For today, I'm super excited to be a part of an industry that is constantly changing and that is known as the beef industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe. All right, next is Gage Burton from Shackelford County 4-H.
Hi, my name is Gage. Howdy, my name is Gage Burton, and this is my first year to do a commercial steer project. Now I love all things cowboy, riding, roping, and tending to cattle with my family, and I also love business and making money. So my parents asked if I wanted to do something that combined those things. The answer was easy, of course. But then they told me I had to do this speech in front of a whole room full of people. That sounded scary. My dad just said, just go in there and picture everybody in their underwear. So that's what I'm doing, and it helps. If I were to sum up what this project has taught me, it would be value creation. I learned in business to give value in the marketplace starts way before they order their favorite hamburger or steak at their favorite restaurant. In my experience, it began 18 months ago when my steers were born. My family and I worked for the rancher that sold me my cattle, but making sure their mothers were well fed and healthy gave them a healthy start at life. We vaccinated them 3 different times before they were weaned, and they were weaned and on their own for 90 days before I purchased them for my project. Of course, since they were backgrounded, I had to pay a little bit more, but that was value I was willing to purchase. Throughout the feeding experience of 152 days, my steers remained healthy and productive. That gives me hope that they'll give the folks that choose beef a valuable eating experience and a valuable source of protein on their plate. Not only did I learn about what it takes to create a beef product of value, but I also learned about value created in business relationships. When this project first started, the first step I had to do was negotiate the prices with the owner of the cattle, Mr. Gary Decker. This made me super nervous. We set a meeting for 7 a.m. on a Friday morning. I stayed up and made a list of notes and questions the night before, got up and put on my clean suit and tie. We met at his office that morning. He was in his suit and tie also. I was nervous, but as I told him my goals and he asked questions, I soon quit being nervous. We looked at the local prices from our local sale report, made a guess on what the steer should weigh, and settled on a price. We were both happy with the price, and he is someone I know I can go to help for in the future too. Since corn was the main product to be fed, I needed to be careful to find the best prices. My dad gave me a list of suppliers to call, and after the first few calls, I kind of got comfortable cold calling strangers. They were all really helpful. Now I know there is much more behind a valuable hamburger than just shredding and roping. This experience has taught me so much about the beef industry and getting a little uncomfortable by doing scary stuff. When Mr. Decker ran the numbers on this project, I quickly realized how important it was to watch my cost. Now, in fact, I can now see you all look much better in your clothes.
Nice job, Gage. Way to go. Okay, Noah Preston from Fisher County 4-H.
Everybody wants a big house, right? Just like these steers want a big place to roam around and feed and eat. But what do steers feed better in? A bigger pen or a smaller pen? That's what I'm here to answer. My calves this year were in a pen of about 2,000 square feet, which is 1,000 more square feet than needed by industry standard. Compared to my calves last year, which were in a pen of about 1 acre, those calves last year gained 3.73 pounds per day, which is pretty good considering the amount of room they had to roam. And they were very lazy as they did that roaming. My calves this year gained 4.72 pounds per day, though, which is very good considering the amount of room they didn't have to roam. The 1 pound difference is very big, and it is not what I think should have been. I think these calves did better than last year, even though. My calves last year were Charolais crosses. Charolais are proven to be the most efficient on feed and best gaining in feedlots. Charolais are very good, but my Angus cross steers that I fed this year are better. Angus are proven to be the best feed producing breed in the U.S. I do not think the breed had anything to do with it, though. Just because of more beef or better gaining. Doesn't really make sense. What is my next line? The weather could have made a difference, though. Weather is a very big part in this area of the world. The weather last year was very cold. It was a staggering 10 days under freezing where I feed my calves. But weather this year has been very volatile and mild. So that doesn't make sense. That these gain better in weather that is milder, and colder weather gain just a pound less. But the weather in years past has been perfect, like for gaining. And that's when all the studies were done. So I think that calves do better in a smaller pen just because these gain better, and my calves last year didn't gain as much. So I'm ready to see what my calves do next year in a smaller pen or larger pen and see how they turn out. Thank you.
Thank you, Noah. Okay, next from Randall County 4-H, Mr. Cade Lawrence.
Fellow contestants, imagine that you and your family are seated at the dinner table, and everyone is eyeing the scalloped potatoes and mouth-watering meatloaf that you are about to enjoy. Judges, imagine that you and your spouse are out for a quiet, candlelit dinner. You each have a glass of red wine, a few sprigs of asparagus, a small serving of polenta, and at the center of each plate, a prime filet. Mr. Blair, imagine that you are seated at the caserio, surrounded by handmade flour tortillas, grilled onions and peppers, and a piping hot cast iron skillet loaded with flame-kissed skirt steak fajitas. The prime example is beef. the pinnacle of protein. Good morning, San Antonio. My name is Cade Lawrence, and this is my 5th year competing in the San Antonio Junior Commercial Steer Show. And today, I want to highlight demand and the bright future our product has at the center of the plate. Twice during the 2021 grilling season, the wholesale choice beef cutout peaked in excess of $340 per hundredweight, a 65% increase above the 5-year average. Consumers wanted high-quality beef. The Choice Select spread reached the highest ever at $36.64 per hundredweight. At retail, consumers paid an average of $7.34 per pound, 15% more than during 2020. In addition, beef exports were up 185,000 metric tons and $2.9 billion. Why is beef in such demand? First and foremost is palatability. Picture this. You're slicing into a perfectly grilled ribeye steak. As you bite down on that first slice, your taste buds are basking in limitless combinations of beefy, brothy, buttery, and caramelized flavors. This is why beef is king. Nothing else. No other meat, no other food delivers the sensory experience that beef provides. In fact, Dr. Miller and his team have used neuroimaging to demonstrate that eating grain-fed beef triggers reward centers in the brain. Beef delivers nutritional zip, zinc for essential enzyme activity, heme iron for hemoglobin and myoglobin formation, and complete protein to build and repair our muscles. Lastly, beef is not a singular commodity. Rather, it is a sprawling array of products that spans consumer preferences, social classes, cultures, and countries. Continuing to increase beef demand is key to our future. That is why we all pay $2 per animal to the beef checkoff when our steers are sold. Those funds are used for the promotion, marketing, education, and consumer research of beef within our state, across the country, and around the globe. During the last 36 years, checkoff dollars have helped develop control mechanisms for E. coli, added new value to chuck and round cuts, validated genetic markers for palatability, and illustrated that beef in an optimal lean diet is heart healthy. The 2 Red Angus steers behind me are outstanding examples of beef demand. They each gained 4.6 pounds per day and converted 4.8 pounds of feed into 1 pound of body mass. That type of growth performance keeps these genetics in demand by cattle feeders. When they reach the beef processor, they have the genetic potential to maximize quality grade premiums, which will keep them in demand by the packers. When their beef becomes your meatloaf, your prime filet, and your fajitas, I am certain that you will be pleased with their center of the plate performance. At the end of each day, all over the country, nothing satisfies so many people in so many ways. Beef. It's what will always be for dinner. Thank you.
Attaboy, Cade. Good job. All right, next, Borden County 4-H, Cash Cribbs.
Hello, my name is Cash Cribbs from the Borden County 4-H chapter, and today I'll be talking to you about the digestive system of a steer. The steer's digestive tract consists of the mouth, esophagus, a 4-compartment stomach which includes the rumen, the reticulum, the omasum, and the abomasum, then the small intestine, cecum, and the large intestine. The rumen on the left side of the animal, which is the largest of the 4 compartments and is divided into several sacs. Each sac can hold 25 gallons or more of material, depending on the size of the cow.
Because of its size, the rumen acts as a storage or holding vat for feed. It is also a fermentation vat. The reticulum is a pouch-like structure in the forward area of the body cavity. The tissues are arranged in a network resembling a honeycomb. A small fold of tissue lies in between the rumen and the reticulum, but the two are not actually separate compartments. Collectively, they are called the ruminal-reticulum. Heavy or dense feed and metal objects fall into this compartment. The reticulum lies close to the heart. The omasum. This globe-shaped structure, also called the mini-plies, contains leaves of tissue like pages in a book. The omasum absorbs water and other substances for digestive contents. Feed material between the leaves will be drier than that found in the other compartments. The abomasum. This is the only compartment, also called the true stomach with the glandular lining. Digestive enzymes needed for the breakdown of feed are secreted into the abomasum. The abomasum is comparable to the stomach of the non-ruminant. The small intestine measures about 20 times the length of the animal and is divided into several The small intestine measures about 20 times the length of the animal. The small intestine receives the secretions of the pancreas and gallbladder, which aid digestion. Most of the digestive process is completed here. The cecum. This is the large area located at the junction of the small and large intestine, where some previously undigested fiber may be broken down. The exact significance of the cecum has not been established. The large intestine. This is the last segment of the tract through which undigested feed cells pass. There are many other animals that have this unique four-compartment stomach, including cattle, sheep, goats, water buffalo, deer, elk, giraffes, and camels. These animals convert plant matter and vegetation into usable energy more efficiently than other herbivores. In cattle and dairy cows, the development, pH balance, functionality, and bacteria levels are crucial to maintaining overall health and high yield. While some parts of the ruminant digestive system are similar to those of the non-ruminant digestive system, Thank you.
Thank you, Cash. Okay, let's go to Comal County. Mr. Lane Golow.
Death. Something none of us can avoid, for none of us make it out of this world alive. However, just as death transitions us into a better place in heaven, death of old ways of life, through painful evolution, result in miraculous new beginnings. Indulge me with the metaphor for a moment. When a steer is harvested, it transforms through physical and chemical changes into a carcass. The muscle fibers, through actin myosin cross-bridging, depletion of oxygen and adenosine triphosphate, result in the contraction of sarcomeres in the muscle, creating meat through rigor mortis. The death of an animal changes the steer's body into a phenomenal resource we all love: steak. Today, we are facing death of the American worker. The Department of Labor recently indicated that the labor participation rate in this country is the lowest it's been in the past 50 years, at only 61.9%. The beef industry is feeling this impact with labor shortages across all sectors. Labor is our generational challenge. Many people no longer want or have to work. This is unlike the greatest generation who selflessly dedicated their lives to work in the early 1900s. Their challenges were daunting, and their experiences overcoming these challenges molded them into the Alpha generation. Through their perseverance in overcoming extreme adversity, they provided us with baby boomers, Gen X, millennials, and resources to help us live tremendous lives. Today, Gen Z, all of us young people in this room are living through similar scenarios. The greatest generation beat the Spanish flu. We are beating coronavirus. They overcame the Great Depression. We overcame the Great Recession. They won World War I and World War II, and we won the war on terror. If the greatest generation are the alphas, then Gen Z are appropriately the omegas. We are best tooled to overcome our future challenges. The characteristics of Gen Z are focused on financial health and embracing entrepreneurship. We are the first generation to rely and live in technology, as we have had to adapt more than any other generation in the past 100 years. All of these characteristics make us well suited to respond to this exact point in time. We currently face circumstances that may result in the death of traditional beef production. The North American Meat Institute recently testified to Congress that many of its members are having at least 20% of employees absent from beef processing plants. Processing plants and feedlots struggle to maintain reliable labor. Products are not able to be transported to needed destinations, as evidence shown by the cargo ships sitting off the coast of California for 3 months before being unloaded, and empty meat counters across the country, as reported by the Sun-Times news agency. Additionally, competitors, Impossible Foods and Beyond Meat are changing social perception and spreading inappropriate information, tarnishing the beef reputation and eroding our market share. Is our future in jeopardy? Never fear. Indeed.com highlights Gen Z's best attribute as a mastery of technology. And our only true answer to labor shortages is through innovation. Technology is the answer, and this is our generation's superpower. Robots, artificial intelligence, and 3D printing will replace workers in packing plants and feedlots. Self-driving vehicles will transport cattle, feed to bunks, and products to consumers. And drones will, sadly, replace horses and cowboys using radar, thermal scanning, and imaging to track and analyze cattle habits and to detect performance and disease. The truth about beef will be told on Snapchat, Instagram, and TikTok. And all of this will be brought to you by the youth in this room. We are once again experiencing death of a way of life, and the rigor mortis process of these experiences have led to the lifestyle we have lived for the past 3 generations. But using technology and adaptation, just like a steer transforms into meat, the rigor of this generation will create a new beef industry that will sustain mankind for generations to come. We are your future. Get ready to evolve. Thank you.
Real good, Lane.
Mr. Blair, if I could have 1 second. Before I sit down for my 6th and final time, I just want to say thank you to the San Antonio Livestock Commercial Steer Livestock Rodeo for hosting the Junior Commercial Steer Contest. Mr. Blair, Mr. Mack, Mr. Peters, thank you for making this program run so smoothly. Dr. Rathman, Dr. Miller, thank you for taking time out of your day to come and grade our steers. And I am devastated that you were not able to ask me that question today. Dr. McNeil, Dr. Molly McAdams, thank you for providing constructive criticism to help all of us in this room be a better public speaker. And to all the contestants, thank you for making me perform to the best of my abilities. And any sponsor that may be in this room, thank you for donating the time and money to help all of us achieve our dreams. And so once again, I say thank you to everyone in here.
Nice job, Lane. Thank you, bud. And folks, as I said yesterday, that's why we do this. Good job. Okay, let's go to exhibitor number 11, Corbin Millberger from Victoria.
Did you wash your steers? Did you blow them out? Are they completely dry? Did you comb their hair, put them under the fans? These are daily conversations I have with my mom in the show barn. Did you feed your commercial steers? Give them hay. Does your popo need help grind and feed? What a world of difference in conversations. I believe if I died and had a chance to come back, I'd pick a show animal. My market steers have to live like my commercial steers. They think they have died and gone to, well, you know where. In the market steer ring, you will see big bone, showy appearances, but it's all based on the outside appearance. In the commercial steer ring, it's all based on the beef. Hi, my name's Corbin Milberger. My parents, Corey and Shelley, and my Omi and Popo. Enjoy showing my Angus and her and brush, checking cows, shredding pastures, baling hay, and moving hay. I'm proud to be here today to tell y'all what I have learned about my home-raised Angus cross commercial steers, 87 and 92, and my two home-raised market steers, Dale and Leroy. In the market steer ring, you will see big bone, showy appearances. In the commercial steer ring, it's all based on the beef. No prize for the best-looking one. My market steer, Dell, loved lounging under his fans, eating his hay. He had not a care in the world. He had his meals on time, fans blowing on him 24/7. And my other market steer, Leroy, had an anxiety problem. Anything was changed, it blew his mind. He would not eat for that day, or maybe two. No weight, no gain. Needless to say, I turned him out, he will go in my freezer. My two commercial steers love being in a dry lot. No frills, no fans, just dirt. They can get some fresh air, lay in the sun, get into things like undoing gates, opening latches, going where they shouldn't be, but that made them happy. Less stress, more gain. Needless to say, they went off feed every once in a while due to weather or they had a new neighbor to pin over. They eat a very basic homemade feed that I grind with my popo. Consists of 5 ingredients: corn, cottonseed meal, salt, low salt, mineral, hay. They got this twice a day plus hay at noon. My market steers eat a buffet of supplements. Not that they don't serve a purpose, but we are shoving a lot of ingredients down their throats. Fitter 52, add it for leanness. Power Fuel, add it for energy. Sumo, add it for fat. Cannot forget about the cattle explosion for the final 40-day drive. Whoa, that's a lot. Just the top dressing, still have to add the grain. These might seem like small observations, but the small things add up to big things. And these steers have taught me how different the industries are. In the commercial steer ring, it's all about the beef. Thank you.
Thank you, Corbin. That was great. Next, from Young County, Mr. Ace Pitcock.
They're still out there riding fences, still make their living with the rope. You just can't see them from the road. Chris Ledoux. Hi, my name is Ace Pitcock from Loving, Texas in Young County 4-H. And today I'm going to be talking to you about one of the most important tools that you'll need on a ranch, in feedlots, or just in the cattle world in general. And that's the Cowboy. In an age when most people and companies are spending their time trying to advance in technology and automate their operations, it's important to remember that a computer can never truly replace a man. It takes real live cowboys and cattlemen to get the beef from the pasture to your plate. Now, when I say cowboy, most people get the wrong idea. They picture flashy pearl snap shirts, 10-gallon hats, bandana at the neck, yelling, "Yee-haw, and get along, little doggies." But that's not the real cowboy. Real cowboys sometimes wear boots, spurs, and cowboy hats, and other times wear and caps, especially in cattle all day. They know more about gathering, processing, shipping, and sorting cattle than any computer. They are irreplaceable. Let's start at the beginning of the beef cattle process. You need cowboys to gather the cattle in most commercial operations. Yes, you can use helicopters, four-wheelers, pickups, and buggies, but nothing compares to a cowboy horseback. You see, there are some places where four-wheelers can't get to. Cattle don't respond well to vehicles, and even times when the cattle need more than just nudges and encouragement to the pens. That's where the rope comes in, and it's kind of my favorite part of the job. This is important in the stocker industry because you're dealing with yearling cattle, not mamas and babies. And let me tell you from personal experience, when a yearling steer wants to get away from you, he'll do anything to escape. The next aspect that must have a hands-on approach is processing. I was reminded of this as I processed my cattle for this contest. No matter how advanced technology gets in the field of medicine and tools, you still need and want experienced men to do those jobs. I know I wouldn't trust the health of my animals to AI robots or machines. God made a man to be stewards of the animals, as he told Adam and Noah in Genesis. Once the cattle are processed in the stocker operation, the next step is you sort them into weighted groups. All calves and yearlings don't grow at the same rate, so sorting it into groups is an important job and one that only experienced cattlemen can do well. I've learned a lot about this from working with my dad and others. They can look into a pen of cattle, decide approximate weights, and easily sort them into correct pens. I asked Dad what I had to do to get good at that. He said, "Practice, practice, practice." I was glad he didn't say read a big book about it. In the yearling wheat fields, a cowboy has a very important role as well. He rides around daily checking cattle to make sure none are sick or bloated. Early detection is critical, and without a keen eye or hands-on approach, sick cattle could die within a matter of days. The last thing we need cowboys for is also very important. We need them to keep eating our beef. In the end, they're still out there, as Crystal Dew's song says. So next time you eat a steak, remember how essential the modern-day cowboy is, and thank one when you see him. Thank you.
Nice job, Ace. Okay, next, Leon County, Miss Caroline Dudley.
Let's travel back in time to 2019 when corn was cheap, cattle was high, and diesel was affordable. Do you remember the breakthroughs in foreign trade for the U.S. beef industry? Demand for beef skyrocketed. Crops weren't suffering, and beef producers, we were doing all right. Howdy, my name is Caroline Dudley, and I'm from Leon County. Since the year 2000, the Big Four have closed 6 major packing plants, shrinking packing capacity, and cattle on feed has increased by 6 million head since 2015. In 2019, one of the largest Tyson beef packing plants in the country went up in flames, shocking the beef industry. In December of 19, cattle prices finally rose and gave U.S. producers a glimmer of hope. In February of 2020, I stood right here before you all and talked about the Phase 1 confirmation and what was supposed to be our best year yet. Then, in March of 2020, COVID-19 shut down America and beef packing plants. Slaughter backed up, commodity markets tanked, and everything was stuck. including you in your home and cattle in the feed yard. These events have highlighted the true financial volatility of the American beef market. During the 2020 NCBA summer business meeting, delegates met and agreed to adopt a plan to increase price discovery in the fed beef industry. The 75% plan was rolled out to U.S. producers in October of 2020. This plan is a voluntary framework that was developed to increase price discovery in the fed beef industry. How does the 75% plan work, you may ask? Well, it's pretty simple. There are two silos, one for the packer and one for the cattle feeder. If one group fails to meet 75% of their requirements in a given quarter, then a trigger is tripped. If 2 triggers are tripped in 4 rolling quarters, then the NCBA plans to pursue legislative help. Each quarter, cattle feeders did their part and met their threshold of negotiated trade, but the packers failed in quarter 1 and quarter 3 of 2021. Cash trade increased by 23% in the 5 cattle feeding regions and increased by 92% in the TCFA region. Although the NCBA 75% plan technically failed in the 3rd quarter of 2021, it was still declared a success. Now that we know a little bit about the 75% plan, let's talk a little bit about price discovery. Price discovery is a critical step to price determination, both of which require sufficient amounts of negotiated trade. Price discovery is an important part of price determination, both of which require sufficient amounts of negotiated trade. Negotiated cash prices serve as a basis in many types of fed cattle marketing, so increased transparency is a result of increased price discovery. Adequate amounts of trade are necessary to price discovery because price representative must be even. This is why the NCBA 75% plan requires 75% of each region's robust trade amount. Having identical amounts of cash transactions across the country improve transparency and make the discovered price more inclusive. When I first heard about the NCBA 75% plan, I understood it as a solution to raise cattle prices, when in all reality, it is an attempt to make cattle markets fair with equal representation of cash price from each cattle feeding region. It is obvious that price discovery is not the complete solution to unfairness in the cattle marketing industry, but is a step towards making the future of the beef industry a fairer place. With attempts to create small packing and decrease market concentration, along with the NCBA's attempt to increase price discovery, the future of the fed beef market looks promising. As I would close, I would like to ask the future of the beef industry a couple questions. Where do you see fed beef marketing in the next 10 years? Will we have moved past the need for voluntary framework and legislation? And finally, what are we doing to make the beef industry a better place and raise a wholesome product for our beef-loving consumer? Thank you for your time.
Real good, Caroline. Thank you very much. And up next from Columbus FFA, Mr. Will Howerland.
RFD TV, ESPN, Disney Plus, LMN, and Sportsman. All shows you can typically find playing full blast in the Howerton living room. With 2 boys and a sassy little girl, our family's only hope of agreeing on the channel is to send up a prayer and prepare for a long evening of channel surfing. But the other night, while surfing through the channels, I came across something a little intense for this small town boy. UFC Fight Night. Seriously? People really watch this stuff? I selected that channel, and after a few moments of watching them toddle around, swinging left and right, I knew this would be a total waste of my time. It also didn't take me long to realize that there is a more important fight that I have been watching for nearly 2 years: COVID versus cattle. Just as any fight, this one has some unique aspects of strategy that we will discuss today: price fixing, carcass changes, and workforce struggles. Price fixing is not merely related to COVID, but has escalated since the beginning of this period. Packers strategized to ensure that they had an abundance of cattle at their doorstep. Simultaneously, COVID caused plants to shut down to as low as half staff. Positive tests and exposures caused the kill rates to reach a record low. While this is going on, a typical grocery trip by the average consumer will commonly look like an empty meat case, causing the people to ask the question, where's the beef? Basic supply and demand just wasn't adding up. Packers are making upwards of $800 per head, and the same profit margins were not being returned to the producers. Cattle were selling for extremely low prices simply because we had to take what we could get. Let's turn to another corner of the ring: carcass changes. As the capacity of the plants were exceeded, cattle were forced to be backlogged all the way down to the cow-calf producer. As the capacity of the plants were exceeded, going from 650,000 plus head a week down to 450,000 makes a big difference to those 150,000 who were not harvested when they were finished. This means more time on feed and more time to put on fat. While larger carcasses meant more prime and choice carcasses, the amount of fat they put on served as a detriment to the premiums those producers might have earned. Yield grade 4s and 5s were replacing your typical 1s and 2s, and there was nothing we could do about it. As mentioned, positive cases forced packers to take extensive measures to make sure their workforce stayed healthy and working. Lastly, let's take a look at the final punch: the people. Each and every person involved in the cattle industry has been affected by this fight in some way. On one corner of the ring, we have plant employees having to work in extreme conditions, with plexiglass replacing their typical shoulder-to-shoulder workplace with half the staff. On the other side, we have cow-calf producers struggling to make a dime and having to maneuver around these cattle that have nowhere to go. Grocery stores, consumers, and everyone involved in producing the greatest protein on earth is in this fight together. This is simply not a spectator sport. While I wish this fight was a one-night event, the struggles seen by everyone involved in the cattle industry have been felt far and wide for far too long. Despite the strategy played by one corner of the ring of price fixing, carcass changes, and workforce struggles, I am confident that when the final bell rings, cattle will have a hand held high and another victory to its name. As I stand here for the last time, I would like to thank everyone who has contributed, supported, or volunteered to make this show a successful event. I have truly enjoyed the experience I have gained over the past 6 years. Thank you.
And let me tell you something, bud, it's your shows. Good job. That was a big boy speech you just gave. Okay, Brazier Joy from Graham FFA.
Bluebell ice cream and steak have a very important role in my life. When the availability and price of these products is affected, it gets personal. Howdy, my name is Brazier Joy. I'm in the 9th grade and represent Graham FFA. As a producer, I sometimes get emotionally attached to the beef I raise with the mindset that my cattle are worth more just because I worked hard and raised a good product. However, I have to remind myself that I'm running a business for a profit and must make good, sound business decisions based on current markets. This has always been difficult, but even more so in recent years. Producers have increasingly become more frustrated with the 4 major packers which control 85% of the cattle slaughtered in the U.S. and have experienced record profits while the producer is losing money. With these packers controlling such a large portion of the cattle slaughtered, it has brought concerns on the pricing of livestock. Today, I would like to present 2 events that have brought a greater attention to this issue. On August 9th, 2019, there was a fire at the Holcomb Tyson beef plant that badly damaged the slaughter portion of the plant. The 30,000 head typically killed at this point each week were quickly taken in by other Tyson facilities and other packers with no decline in the number of cattle being processed. The futures market quickly reacted with a negative trade in motion, ignoring this fact. All the while, the packers were able to benefit from the misconception that there was a reduction in the number of cattle being processed. The cash price continued to weaken as packers experienced record profits and producers lose money. So why did the price for fed cattle drop when the demand remained steady and packers continued slaughtering with no decline in production? About 7 months after the fire, the cattle market was hit again. Instead of a fire, it was COVID. Packing plants began to operate at a reduced capacity due to the fear of sickness. Many states and lawmakers called for investigation into this industry when this occurred. There was a shift in the distribution network with less beef going to the restaurant business and more going to the grocer due to the restaurant shutting down. In the meantime, feed yards struggled to market their cattle, leading to an excess number of cattle ready for slaughter. Due to a reduced capacity and strong demand, packers were able to sell boxed beef for a large profit since they were able to get fed cattle at a greatly reduced price due to the large amount of slaughter-ready cattle. This is an unusual circumstance that has opened the door to new ideas and innovation. New technology and automation may help solve this problem, but is not the only answer. In both of these events, packers were able to benefit from a situation due to the simple rules of supply and demand and misconception. In 2021 alone, the price of choice box beef increased from $210 to start the year to $339 in early June. These events exposed weakness in the cattle and the beef supply chain and created mistrust between the producer and the packer. So what's the problem? Too little competition, transparency, and the failure to have a plan for COVID. This is a very complex issue that needs an unbiased group of people to examine it further. We need stability in the food we eat. Thank you for your time and attention.
Nice job, Brazier. Real good. Okay, next let's welcome Sanger FFA's Mr. Maxwell Brown.
All we've heard about the past 2 years is vaccines and viruses. But have you heard about this disease that is sweeping North American agriculturists and burning holes through North American agriculturists' pockets? This disease has cost North American agriculturists $900 million annually. What? You don't know what it is? This disease is bovine respiratory disease. Bovine respiratory disease is burning holes through North American pockets. Hello, my name is Max Brown, and I'm from the Sanger FFA. And today I'll be talking to you about new advancements in technology that is helping North American agriculturists counter the effects of BRD. What is BRD? BRD is an upper respiratory and lower respiratory disease that cripples the immune system of cattle. Symptoms can be dullness, lack of appetite, depression, and rapid shortness of breath. This disease is hard to identify because there's multiple strands of BRD, which can have multiple different symptoms. These symptoms can be hard to identify because it's also like multiple different respiratory diseases. With the new way that, with us being able to go and identify, for a quicker way to go and identify BRD, it will be able to go and lack the costs. How can we be able to do this? Well, Purdue University has come out with a new test for bovine respiratory on-site testing. This will be able to go and identify with results within an hour to be able to go and identify BRD. There's 4 main strands of BRD, and Purdue has been able to go and identify 3 out of the 4 main ones with this new technology. Very much like COVID-19, we go and swab the inside nose of a cattle and then go put it inside a vial. This vial then has multiple chemicals and antigens that it'd be able to go and put inside and start a chemical reaction. This chemical reaction started with a heated water bath, which is called LAMP. LAMP goes and is a heated water bath that holds the vial, which then is heated up to the vial and causes the chemical reaction and gives off a color. The colors goes and shows which one of the 3 strands of BRD that we're dealing with. This then is to be able to go and make it easier to medicate for the BRD strand that we're dealing with. With this able to go and medicate for the strand, it's better able to go and stop the $900 million cost that we're dealing with and be able to lower the costs that we're dealing with whenever our cattle go off feed and come sick. The goal of Purdue University is to make this as cheap as possible and be able to make it as fast as possible to get into the hands of veterinarians and us to the producer. Their next goal is to make paper test strips that is able to go for on-site testing with veterinarians and at your homes. So with the paper test strips, you're able to go and identify all the 4 of the main ones instead of the 3, and then you're able to go and do it within 30 minutes. With them able to do it in 30 minutes, we're able to go and get your medicine and be able to go and fix it quicker. And then with us also able to go and identify this faster, we're able to cut costs. In conclusion, Purdue University is doing a great job in trying to find ways to cut BRD costs and be able to go and improve our production in cattle. With us able to get our cattle back on feed and better and healthy cattle means better money for us. And thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, let's go to Hallettsville. Darby Phillips.
My whole life, I've eaten beef and have been a supporter of the industry. I've always wondered how I can advocate beef and do something I love equally as much. Well, I finally found it. Hi, I'm Darby Phillips, and I'm from Hallettsville, Texas. I am in the 8th grade and a proud member of Hallettsville Junior FFA. In the past, I have shown goats in our local county show and have always wanted to expand into having larger animals. I have always heard great things about the commercial steer program and decided to try it out myself. This program has been a great learning experience for me and has taught me a lot about the beef industry. I come from a long line of proud cattle ranchers. My family has been part of the cattle industry for over 200 years, starting with my great-great-great-grandpa, John Stephen Sims, and now, the most recent, my grandpa, John Wayland Sims. He has raised cattle since he was 15 years old and still does today. Whenever I go out to eat with him, he only allows us to eat beef. Not that I would even want to eat anything else because I love me a good old steak. In February of 2021, my family and I moved to some acreage so we could start raising cattle ourselves and take part in larger ag projects. The thing I was most disappointed about moving to the country is I can no longer run laps around my neighborhood. I have a loving passion for running, just like I do beef. Last year, like most 7th graders, I tried out every sport. Some sports I didn't enjoy, but I found a love for running. I like to run long distances like the 800-meter dash and the 4x4 relay. I recently ran my first 5K in January, and believe it or not, I found a way to connect both my passions, my beef advocacy and my love for running. As I began studying for this contest and researching beef in general, I found the Texas Beef Council website extremely informative. The Texas Beef Council is funded by farmers and ranchers through the National Beef Checkoff Program. They help support the state's beef industry by increasing the demand for beef through promotion, research, and education. While on their website, I was shocked to find out they have a running team called Team Beef. Team Beef is a group of beef-loving fitness enthusiasts. They consist of 1,200 members, and together they run races and volunteer across the state. The team was built so that like-minded individuals could have a community to lean on for health and fitness motivation. I was thrilled when I found out this information and was eager to join. I am currently on their waiting list and hope to get in soon to take part in such an amazing cause. This is something I can participate in even after I graduate high school and represent the beef industry to an even further extent. It's important for all of us to find a passion in life. Being a part of this program has really opened my eyes to how big and diverse the industry really is. I never thought I would be able to combine my two passions, beef advocacy and running, but that's exactly what I found. Moving forward, I hope to improve and learn in both of these passions. Thank you.
Thank you, Darby. Great job. And next is James Golow.
Sustainability, stewardship, and climate-smart agriculture are all huge buzzwords in the United States today. Being able to call a product or practice sustainable is like having a get-out-of-jail-free card when it comes to perceptions, public relations, and pandering to the green movement. What do we think when we talk about beef? The first thing is usually food. Steak, roasts, hamburgers. The second might be leather. However, there are much more uses in a beef cattle's carcass, and that's what makes the beef industry so sustainable. Great strides in recent years have taken to prove, not just by common sense, but through science, that the beef industry is sustainable through essentially recycling. Howdy, my name is James Golow, and I'm from College Station, Texas, and I'm here to talk about a little known or unrecognized industry that makes beef one of the most sustainable products in the world. I am talking about the rendering industry, one of the original dirty jobs. And like most dirty jobs, they're critical to our lifestyles. Given that only approximately 50% of a beef cattle's carcass is a consumable food product, this doesn't sound environmentally friendly or efficient. But this is where the rendering industry comes in. Rendering is the conversion of raw material into more useful products. It goes hand in hand with beef processing, and like many packing facilities, they have an on-site rendering plant. After the tasty morsels of meat are cut off from the carcass, the upcycle process begins. Bones, scraps, and fat are all refined and will eventually turn into fertilizer and animal feed. Fat becomes tallow, which goes to products ranging from biofuel to tires and to even the shampoo that you use. But this is just the beginning. Beef animals have remarkable similarities to our own bodies, and many medical products are made from them. Stearic acid, which is found from beef fatty acids, are used to make first aid ointments and burn creams. My grandmother, Oma, has diabetes, and she relies on insulin. And where does that come from? Beef cattle. Many at-home items that are part of our daily lives are manufactured from beef byproducts. Laundry pre-treatments contains enzymes to remove stains. Toilet paper is made softer by using beef fatty acids, and fire suppressant foam is made from cow hooves and horns. Overall, the U.S. rendering industry accounts for $10 billion in annual economic activity across the country, including rural America. Rendering reduces the animal's agriculture carbon footprint by sequestering 5 times more greenhouse gases than are produced. That is equal to taking 18.5 million cars off the road each year. Oh, but this is... So let me ask you this. What if we threw all of these waste products away? If all renderable products were to be sent to landfills instead of being processed, all available landfill space would be gone in 4 years. Unfortunately, the beef industry does not have a great reputation of being a good steward, but in reality, it serves the public with products that it demands and is an industry that is environmentally responsible by turning waste into raw material for other products. Can you imagine of how much impact this industry has on our daily lives? What if this industry were to be disrupted by a lack of availability of this raw material, or worse, if this industry were not to even exist? The result would be higher prices and shortages in medical and pharmaceuticals, hair care products, fertilizers, and even the paper that you wipe with. So I encourage you, the next time, whenever a person says the beef industry is dirty or destroying the planet, to use some of the facts that I have provided to educate and defend the reputation of being a great steward of the environment and the sustainable industry that we can all be proud of. And in the wisdom of Mike Rowe, It's a dirty job, but someone has to do it. Thank you.
Very good. I tell you what, I learned something new with almost every speech. This is so good. Let's take it in for a little bit and take a quick break. We'll come back in about 10 minutes. Okay, exhibitors, start making your way back to the tables, please. Okay, we're going to get started again. Sanger FFA, Samuel Brown.
Going to the grocery store can be very interesting due to the fact of my grandpa's great knowledge of the beef industry. When walking around with him, we look at the beef prices and we are astonished at what they are selling the beef for. We know how much he is getting for selling his calves at the sale barn, and we are calculating the price in our heads, and we are wondering where all this money is going. As I did some research, I found that other people like me are getting pretty angry about this. And to solve their problem, they are opening their own beef processing facilities to solve this. Hello, I am Sam Brown from Sanger FFA. In Iowa, they are opening a $325 million meat processing facility inspected by the FDA and is going to employ 750 workers and is said to boost the economy $1 billion annually. Now, as I did some research, I found that 80% of the industry is controlled by 4 companies. And they utilize their volumes of beef coming in to control the industry. They are able to when Dr. In the great state of Texas, more specifically Houston, the cane beef is being opened again. It has been sold multiple times since 2013, when Mr. Kane passed, sadly. This time it was sold for $28 million. It is about the same size as the one being opened in Iowa. It will employ 750 workers and is still leaving the question on what are they going to do. Are they going to stay open or are they going to be shut down? Well, unlike the one in Iowa, they have contracts with countries like China, which are considered hard to get. But they have a good reputation on getting out good quality beef. So, in conclusion, we don't know if either beef plant is going to make it, but we never know with Biden handing out all this money to people and helping people like smaller beef plants because he is angry at the Big Four. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Good job. Let's go to Schulenburg. Grant Kabbalah.
Beef producers currently face many challenges in this rapidly changing world. It seems that we as beef producers are always defending the industry and our way of life. The livestock industry is blamed for everything, from climate change to human health conditions. While studying and reading for this contest, the topic of endangered species kept coming up. Most of the information that is published states that cattle grazing endangers many plant and animal species. The Endangered Species Act, or ESA, originally enacted in 1973, was intended to be a great conservation tool. Today, this act is used by special interest groups and environmentalists to limit animal agriculture. Good morning. My name is Grant Kabala, and I am a member of the Schulenburg FFA chapter in Schulenburg, Texas. And today, I would like to talk to you about how cattle grazing can complement the ecosystem and habitat to support a variety of species. Research recently published in the journal Sustainability documents a rule for cattle grazing to support the conservation of imperiled plant and animal species. Grazing livestock, primarily beef cattle, often share lands with many species that are threatened or endangered. Housing and urban development, solar and wind farms, and public works projects such as reservoirs, roads, and high-speed rail all result in habitat loss for many native species, many of which that are threatened or endangered. Alternatively, maintaining ranching or managed grazing for beef cattle production can support the conservation of these species. While some species may be negatively impacted by grazing that is excessive or unmanaged, managed grazing can maintain habitat structure and ecosystem function to support a variety of species. First, I would like to talk about the endangered animal species. Many of the species of concern are located in the western region of the United States. As you all know, this area is arid and water is limited, but ranchers drill wells, construct ponds, and lay miles of water lines to provide water for livestock. These water sources also provide water for many species of wildlife. With more available water in more areas, these species are able to survive in areas that were once unsuitable for their existence. Livestock grazing and beef cattle grazing also help limit and control wildfires. While driving down the road, one can see areas that have not been grazed in years. There is tall, dead grass standing with nothing growing. Some people believe that this is what nature intended the land to look like. They think that before there was cattle grazing this land, all areas looked this way, but this is simply not true. Before there was cattle, there were bison. Large herds of bison grazed much of this area, and when all the grass was ate, they move on to the next area, allowing the grass to return. Many ranchers manage the range this same way. They rotate pastures, allowing the grass to return, or they limit the number of animal units to ensure that the area is not overgrazed. Hundreds of years ago, when there was more grass than the bison could eat, large wildfires would start and thousands of acres would burn. This was nature's way of clearing the old dead grass and weeds so that new growth could occur. Just think about how many species of wildlife were killed as these raging fires swept across the land. Next, I would like to talk about the endangered plant species. When people think of endangered species, many people think of the endangered animals, but there are also very many plants on the endangered list as well. Controlling non-native species benefit native grasses and forbs. Livestock tend to prefer non-native grasses, which allows the native grasses to grow. Grazing management also plays a key role in this. If overgrazing, the livestock will eat down all the non-native grasses and start to graze the native grasses which are threatened. In conclusion, I feel that people need to have an open mind to what is evolving around us. I think through education, people will see that cattle ranchers are more help than harm, and that cattle ranchers are America's ultimate conservationists. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant. Let's go to Victoria County, Mr. Dalton Johnson.
My friend asked me, do you want to do a pen of commercial steers for San Antonio? What do I have to do? Do a little beef test in front of people, many people. And the ultrasound is cool. And you meet a lot of awesome people. And you also learn about a different aspect of the beef industry. So, here I stand. He convinced me. I have a pen of Angus cross steers, and I'll be telling y'all what I've learned over the past 150 days. Hi, my name is Dalton Johnson. I'm 15 years old, and I go to Crossroads Christian School. And I live on my parents' ranch, 4J Ranch in Victoria, Texas. For the first couple months, we fed a Wagyu finisher to help them grow and get the minerals they needed. But in the beginning of December, we fed a mixed feed that has corn, salt, hay, and a bunch of other minerals that they needed. We sent it off to Amarillo to get tested to see how much protein and minerals there are. And we asked a highly respected rancher in my part of the country to see what his opinion is on what we need to add or take out. Their personalities are 83 loves his feed so much he'll come sprinting to get it. But 72 will just stand back and wait for you to walk out of his pen. Usually in the middle of the day, they're lounging by their hay bale, just enjoying life as usual. But here and there, you'll catch them headbutting and playing around and having fun. The differences between commercial steers and my show heifers are the work, such as my commercial steers, all the feed that you feed them, and the minerals, where my show heifers, you have to halter break them, get them used to a show stick. And also get them used to being tied up in a pen for around a week or so. And also the experience. So, there you go. That's what I've learned over the past 150 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Dalton. Let's go to Blaine Crowe from Hawkins FFA.
Raise your hand if you love good steak. I figured the odds are pretty good in this room. My name is Camp Crow from the Hawkins FFA chapter, and I am here to talk to you about my project and why what we feed is so important for finishing out our cattle. I have been around cattle my entire life, but this program has taught me so much about what it takes to produce a high-quality carcass. There are many goals when it comes to finishing a pen of steers. You need to maintain health, maximize the growth rates, minimize the feed-to-weight gain ratio, and have a desired carcass. But what do these goals mean? Maintaining health is an important first step to feedlot success. Maintaining health of the animal is not only the right thing, but is the best decision for finishing out our cattle. Maximizing growth rates is a second goal I mentioned. When I think of maximizing growth rates, I think of their average daily gain and how they process daily. My steers are out of a registered Angus bull and crossbred commercial cows. Their starting weight was 495 pounds, and their record weights were 1,065 and 980 pounds. Their average daily gain was 3.2 pounds per day. Each animal has a window of time to reach and has an optimal window. When it comes to finishing a pen of steers, you need to feed consistently and gradually increasing the amounts that they are consuming, and have the right composition of ingredients to meet their nutritional needs. If you can remember these steps, you can have a high-quality carcass like me. Thank you.
Thank you, Blaine. Let's go to Lexi Golow from Comal County 4-H.
The happiest place on earth is, come on, you all know what it is, Disneyland. Yes, Mr. Blair, I know you'd say it is right here at the San Antonio Commercial Steer Contest, but that's just because there's a room full of princesses right here. But in all seriousness, Disney is a happy place, and it is only happy if you go there and return healthy. The reason we can go to a foreign place full of people across the world and not get sick is because of our immune system. In the same way, we can take cattle from all over the United States, send them to a feedlot, and they too can remain healthy. Immunity is the ability of the body to resist infection or toxins through antibodies and white blood cells. What do we going to Disneyland and cattle going to a feedlot have in common? We both eat way too many carbohydrates and get fat. Hi, my name is Lexi Golow, and today I'm going to make learning about antibodies fun. Another word for antibodies is immunoglobulins. I know this word sounds like a foreign invader from a video game, but there are 4 major types of immunoglobulins. And if you remember the word immunoglobulins as a game and use GAME as the acronym. But there are 4 antibodies, IgG, IgA, IgM, and IgE. Now for the game. IgG is the most robust antibody found everywhere in the body. To remember this, what Disney character can represent this? Okay, a hint. Think about the movie Aladdin and the character Genie. The G in IgG is analogous to Genie because, like IgG, he can be found everywhere. IgA is the antibody found in fluids, such as mucus and tears, protecting the respiratory and the gastrointestinal tracts. What character is most associated with water? The Disney princess most associated with water is Ariel, the Little Mermaid. To remember this, think of IgA. IgM is the largest and the first to be produced when a new antigen is introduced to the body. This one is simple to remember because the M stands for Mickey. Right, Mickey Mouse, because he is the first and the largest Disney character. IgE is the antibody least prevalent with all allergies. Who can we use to identify the E? Well, Elsa from Frozen is the character associated with this because she isolates herself from everyone in the movie, just like IgE is least common and allergies are least active when it is very cold. Therefore, E in Elsa stands for IgE. Now, I realize immunity in feeding cattle is no game, but if we are going to be able to protect our steers from diseases and death, we must know what antibodies are and the role they play in fighting disease. Antibodies are proteins made by B cells, such as lymph nodes and thymus. They recognize and fight foreign invaders much like video games. The best way to build immunity to a disease is to get it and get over it, like we are doing with COVID-19. However, a disease can still kill you before your body can build a defense against it, especially if it is a new disease. To prevent death, we use vaccines to inject a disease into the animal so it can build antibodies off it before it gets exposed. This way, if it does get exposed, it has antibodies to fight it off. So, when it comes to antibodies, it is simple. If we need a refresher course, just use the word GAME as the acronym. GAME. And think of Genie, Ariel, Mickey Mouse, and Elsa. This will help you to remember what each antibody represents. And if all else fails, ask your parents to take you to Disneyland. Thank you.
That's a good idea. Good job, Lexi. That's big girl speech. All right, let's go to Young County. Case Martin.
What is the first sensation that comes to mind when you think about America's favorite pastime? Do you hear the roaring of the fans? Maybe it's the sound of the crack of the baseball off the bat. Or is it the smell of that iconic ballpark food? For me, it's the utterly distinct smell of a leather baseball glove. That smell. There's nothing like the smell of leather. My favorite sport would not be the same without it. Hello, my name is Case Martin, and I'm from Young County 4-H. Who would have thought that a co-product of beef can contribute so much to the game that I love? 2 pieces of leather designed to prevent injury could somehow turn it into a multi-million-dollar industry. One of the earliest baseball glove manufacturers was a New Hampshire-based business named Draper Maynard, which made its first patent glove in 1883, and by the 1990s, they supplied 90% of all professional baseball players, including Babe Ruth. They were the Rawlings of their day. But over the years, gloves have changed a lot. And today, there are many different options for glove material, including exotics and synthetics. However, cowhides are still the predominant material used today as they were in the past. But before the hide can be turned into a baseball glove, it must go through the process called tanning. Tanning is a chemical treatment of the hide to give it required characteristics such as flexibility and durability. And a tan hide must be perfect and not have any imperfections in order for it to be used as a baseball glove. Now, each cowhide can provide the leather for up to 10 gloves, according to the Texas-based Nakota Glove Company. Depending on your needs or budget, leather comes in 2 common styles. Cowhide, which is lighter, softer, easier to break in, and is normally the preferred glove of younger players, or premium steer hide, which is stiffer, heavier, harder to break in, and is normally the preferred glove of high school to professional players. A handmade leather glove from that Texas-based Nakota Glove Company, it can cost you anywhere from $220 to $650. But the baseball glove is not the only influence the cattle industry has on the game of baseball. Rawlings Sporting Goods, one of the 5 major glove manufacturers, not only makes gloves, they are also the official baseball supplier of the Major League Baseball organization. The company produces some 4,000 dozen baseballs per week. And for those of you who are not mathematicians, that is 2.4 million baseballs per year for games, practice, and memorabilia. The average lifespan of a baseball in the major leagues is only 7 pitches. So when the ball hits the dirt or the bat, it is done. It is then used for batting practice or sent down to the minor league team. But the leather that covers those baseballs comes from a Rawlings own tannery called Tennessee Tanning. But when it comes to baseball leather, not just any leather will do. Which breed of cow do you think is used to cover the official baseball of the MLB? If you thought Angus like me, you would be wrong. Surprisingly, Holstein dairy cows are traditionally the best choice for their thinner hides, said the general manager for Tennessee Tanning. But not just any Holstein will do. They try to get their Holsteins from as far north as possible, where the winters are longer and the summers are shorter. Shorter summers means less bug bites or other imperfections on the hide. Only the highest grade leather is used to cover these Major League Baseballs. In 2010, there are 5.1 million baseballs and softball gloves sold in the United States. That brought in approximately $208.7 million, according to the National Sporting Goods Association's market report. So the glove industry is steady and still growing. So as you can see, without the cattle industry, my favorite pastime would be vastly different. I don't know about you, but I can't imagine the game I love without that distinct smell of a leather glove or the flawless feel of that leather ball. I've gained a new appreciation for all of our ranchers and producers, knowing just how much of an impact they had on America's favorite pastime. Thank you.
Good job, Case. Okay, let's go to Morgan Brown, Northwest FFA.
How you guys doing? Yeah. Living species is not my cup of tea, though. So, all right. My name is Morgan Brown from Northwest FFA. So I'm going to be talking about meat packing plants. So ranchers and farmers are getting the benefit of the doubt for meat packing plants. If we have smaller meat packing plants, located around the area. We process it more, and we have better quality of meat, and we ship it to stores, larger stores, and we will get more money from that than doing it to a sell barn. That would make way more money than we would. Tyson Food was 70% controlling of the meat industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. Let's go to Nacogdoches. Bridger Etheridge.
The year was 1972. Bell bottoms and 8-track tapes were in style. A $1 bill bought a gallon of milk and a carton of eggs. Calf prices at the local sale barn were 35 cents per pound. A South Texas cattleman purchased his first Beefmaster bull to use on his commercial Angus cow herd. He knew that Beefmaster bull would add more pounds on the ground and improve the bottom line. That cattleman is my grandfather. Hi, my name is Bridger Etheridge. I'm a member of the Nacogdoches County 4-H Club. This is my first year with my commercial steers. Today, I'm here to share with you what I learned with my commercial steers. I learned about nutrition, feeding management, vaccinations and health, and so much more. I was most intrigued by the selection of my steers. I didn't want just any old steers. I wanted crossbred steers. Steers that add some natural value to the cattle feeder. Ones that would be profitable. In today's world, we often hear the words efficiency, sustainability, and profitability. Those same three words can be echoed in the cattle business from the seed stock breeder to the cow-calf producer or the cattle feeder segment. Although my grandfather didn't use those three words when selecting a Beefmaster bull, he could have checked those boxes. Maximum retained heterosis is built into every Beefmaster female. This will result in a 16% increase pounds of calf weaning weight per cow exposed compared to the Beefmaster's parent breeds. Other traits benefit from retained heterosis, including reproductive and feed efficiency traits. Beefmasters have been proven profitable through retained heterosis. Heterosis in crossbred calves can improve health, feed efficiency, and pounds on the ground. A strong, healthy calf can impact performance and the bottom line. These crossbred steers have more heterosis because of genetic diversity. Beefmasters are unique because they have more retained heterosis. Beefmasters are becoming an important part in the cattle feeder segment as the beef industry seeks out new genetics to optimize cost-effective production practices. In 2017, data from the USDA Meat Animal Research Center comparing 18 beef breeds proved that Beefmasters are one of the most feed-efficient breeds out there. Beefmasters have long been regarded as a versatile maternal breed. But this feed efficiency trial indicates that Beefmasters bring significant value to the cattle feeder as well. Weight and efficiency improve the bottom line. In another study, Beefmaster cross steers graded 96% choice or better and 6% graded prime. The average yield grade was 3.4 and they yielded 64%. These steers brought a $48 premium per head. Beefmasters are efficient. They offer a valuable set of grid-enhancing value drivers other than marbling. Beefmasters typically have higher dressing percentages and yield grades. This combination will add more value to carcasses other than quality grade and marbling. Now, in 2022, Beefmaster Cross steers have a combination of better health, feed efficiency, pounds on the ground, and higher yield grades. This combination will add value to carcasses with efficiency, sustainability, and profitability. My grandfather was on to something in 1972. It just wasn't his bell bottoms. Thank you.
Sweet. Way to go, Bridger. Nice job, dude. Okay, Groveton FFA, Riley Dew.
There was once a man walking through the woods on a very cold day. The man came across a snake, frozen solid and straight as a stick. The man felt sorry for the snake, so he took him home. He laid the snake beside the fireplace to warm him up. Eventually, the snake warmed up, and the man asked him, "Are you hungry?" The snake said yes, so the man got him some food. As the man was handing the snake the food, the snake bit him on the hand. The man said, "Why did you bite me?" The snake said, "You knew I was a snake when you brought me in here." Good afternoon. My name is Riley Dew, and I'm from the Groveton FFA. This is my second year competing at San Antonio, and I am so grateful for the opportunity to be here. I'm sure you have heard of the plant-based alternative to meat, but today I would like to speak to you about cell culture meats, or CCM. With ever-changing advancements in beef production, there has been a growing market in consumers for cell culture meat, or CCM, is developed by taking a biopsy of the muscle cell from a living cow. The cells are then multiplied, shaped, structured to make the tissue from the meat. What's that? Did you say greenhouse gas? Up until now, we've been led to believe that cell culture meat is friendlier to the environment than the meat produced by raising cattle. But a recent study by Dr. John Lynch has proved some serious doubts. Just like that man who brought that snake into his home, the consumers who spend their money on cell culture meat, or CCM, are surprised when they find out the facts about this deal. And let's not pick up a snake. Thank you.
Thank you, Riley. Okay, let's go to Hill County 4-H, Mr. Cade Busby.
Good morning. My name is Cade Busby, coming to you from deep in the heart of Central Texas, Hill County. As a fourth-generation cattleman and a kid who has grown up in the beef industry, my roots in agriculture started very early. At the age of 4 years old, I began exhibiting miniature Hereford cattle across the state of Texas until I was 8 years old. In the third grade, I became a member of my local 4-H club and began striving to make the best better. Although, while showing my mini Herefords and later market lambs, making them look pretty never really was my thing. Growing up in the feed store business owned by my parents and grandparents, my thing has always been mixing different feed rations and working in a partnership with my grandpa in a commercial cow-calf operation. This is what led to my commercial steer pen. For the past 5 months, it's been a daily task to make the best better. I've been hand feeding 2 Angus cross steers, a diet that I decided to use after consulting with the beef cattle specialist from ADM Feeds. My steer's diet consists of whole corn for a high level of energy mixed with ADM's beef trait, which provides a high level of protein, vitamins, and minerals. Also fed a limited amount of good quality hay. Every once in a while, I would have to bump up or slow down on my steer's diet to make sure they didn't leave any moldy feed in their trough. To say this project has been a learning curve for my parents and I is an understatement. One of my steers would eat everything under the sun, while the other would hardly eat some days. It came to the point that I separated the 2 steers in an effort to get the smaller one to eat more. Overall, I really enjoyed raising these steers as a true market animal. It gave me the opportunity to use my head to clear thinking and heart to greater loyalty as I worked through record keeping while being a good steward and keeping the Christian values and morals that I've been raised with. It also gave me the opportunity to see firsthand what goes into raising good quality beef, not only for myself, my family, but for the whole beef industry. Thank you.
Good job, Cade. Way to go. Okay, Sanger FFAs, Miss Alexis Whiteley is next.
Essential. This is a word that I have heard repeated many times over the past year. It's essential that you know where you want to go to college. It's essential that you fill out scholarships. It's essential that you It's essential that you fill out scholarships. It's essential that you take your senior pictures. Essential this and essential that. But what is essential anyways? According to Google, essential is something that is necessary or extremely important. When it comes to the beef industry, one of the most essential considerations we have today is the safety of our beef. When it comes to beef safety, from cattlemen and women such as you and I to various government entities and even consumers. Hi, my name is Alexis Whiteley, and I'm from the Sanger FFA chapter. And today I wish to share with you essential information about the safety of our beef. Essential. When it comes to safe and healthy animals, no one cares more than farmers and ranchers such as ourselves. The beef that we raise to sell to restaurants and supermarkets is the same beef that we feed our families. So it's no surprise that we want the best care for our animals to ensure that everyone has safe, healthy beef. Essential. The Beef Quality Assurance, or BQA, is an industry-developed program that provides ranchers with the latest proper cattle management techniques that aims to ensure that the consumer, the animal, the environment, and the beef community are cared for within guidelines and regulations. Essential. Regulations are created by documented need through scientific-based studies and data. The earliest days of U.S. food regulations can be traced back to the Pure Food and Drug Act and the Meat Inspection Act, both passed in 1906 by Theodore Roosevelt. Here's a little fun fact. The earliest days of U.S. food regulations were in direct response to public outcry from Upton Sinclair's 1906 publication of The Jungle, which described the conditions and practices of the meatpacking industry during the time. While published as fiction, Roosevelt's investigative team reported back to the president that the conditions noted in the book were accurate. This the first modern regulations for food safety. Consumers in the United States enjoy the safest and healthiest food supply in the world. And the foundation for this success is our extensive food safety and inspection laws. Essential. Consumers can help keep their family safe at home from foodborne pathogens by following these 4 simple steps to beef preparation. Clean, separate, cook, and chill. Utensils and surfaces often. Wash hands before, during, and after preparing your beef. Wash utensils and surfaces after each use. Separate. Do not cross-contaminate. Beef should be kept separate from all other foods in the shopping cart, grocery bag, and the fridge. Cook. Beef is safely cooked when the internal temperature is high enough to kill the bacteria that can make you sick. Ground beef should be cooked to a minimum of 160 degrees Fahrenheit, and steaks and roasts should be cooked to a minimum of 145 degrees Fahrenheit. Chill. Refrigerate promptly. Beef should be refrigerated within 2 hours to prevent harmful bacteria from growing. The beef industry's safety standards have yielded over $66 billion in annual beef sales in the U.S. alone, including over 27 billion pounds of beef sold. Thanks to the essential beef safety standards set for cattlemen and women, government entities, and consumers, you and I can continue to enjoy the safety of America's favorite protein, beef. Thank you.
Good job, Alexis. Okay, we'll go to Randall County 4-H, Mr. Miles Wolf.
Let's take a trip down memory lane. This time last year, many of us were battling snow, sleet, wind, icy roads, no electricity, breaking livestock waters, and hauling feed. But let's not forget the best part. Us kids got 5 snow days. Do you remember how glad we all were to finally be sitting in this room, surrounded by friends, animals in the pens behind us, and being so thankful for the opportunity to finally give our speech? The snow, rain, and historic cold front led us all down a path as producers that was hard to recover from. We can't control the weather, but we can prepare for it. Hi, my name is Miles Wolf. I am 11 years old, and I come from the Texas Panhandle. Up in the Panhandle, we get all sorts of different types of weather. Sometimes the wind blows, sometimes it snows, sometimes we get 2 inches of rain in 20 minutes. You know what they say, if you don't like the weather, wait 20 minutes. We can't control the weather, but we can prepare for it. In our family cow-calf operation, we prepare for bad weather in all sorts of different types of ways. We take care of the big 3. One of the most important ways we prepare for bad weather is by putting out additional feed supports. We give hay and offer high-protein range cubes. Hay has multiple purposes. Cows use it for a dry bedding source and use it for some extra nutrients for a food source due to ground cover like mud, snow, and ice. Range cubes are used to increase caloric needs and decrease stress to replenish what the available dormant grasses cannot provide. We can't control the weather, but we can prepare for it. Fresh, clean water is another source that we prepare in advance. Our family ensures that our cows have fresh, clean water by making the rounds 2 times per day, breaking ice. We carry shovels, axes, and or pitchforks to use as effective tools to break and remove ice from the water troughs. Since water is a key nutrient, we try and make sure that they have as much of it as possible. We can't control the weather, but we can prepare for it. Shelter is another way we prepare for bad weather. Heat in the summer months and wind chill during colder months can be a big issue. According to an article in Beef Magazine, says that cattle are comfortable
when the weather is between 15 to 85 degrees. Building a shade structure and a windbreak can be a huge benefit. These can be made of the side of an old barn, stacked hay bales on top of each other, slatted fencing along a fence line, or other sturdy materials. According to David Ames in a Kansas State University study, says that if the wind blows with high enough velocity, the insulating quality of hair on the livestock's back is lost. We can't control the weather, but we can prepare for it. We can do our part by taking control of the things we can provide, such as adequate water, nutritious feeds, dry environments, and a shelter source. This year might not look a lot like last year, but we all face weather-related challenges each year. Providing the big three can lead to giving our animal the best chance at thriving in spite of the elements. We can't control the weather, but we can sure prepare for it. Thank you.
Good job, Miles. Thank you very much. Speaking of that speech, you know it's going to drop 50 degrees between now and tomorrow at this time. I hope y'all are prepared for it. Okay, exhibitor number 35, Bellevue FFA, Miss Julie Johnson.
Hello, I am Julie Johnson, and I'm from Bellevue, Texas, and this is my first time here at San Antonio. I am nervous. I'll be honest, I am really nervous, but I'm going to try my hardest to get through it. So I've been around cattle for about 2 years now. I started last year, well, because my dad really likes feeding cattle, and my uncle is my ag teacher. And he is always talking about feeding cattle. And our friends do too. So they got little old me to start the feeder steer program. So I'm going to tell you about my two Beefmaster Cross I have behind me. I have my striped one right here, my spotted one right here, and my spotted one right here. And these guys have been great this year. They eat very well. They are really friendly. You can almost walk up to them and scratch them. They came from my uncle's ranch, and they were Beefmaster cattle that he raised. I got to pick out them myself and decided that these were the calves I wanted. Why I choose Beefmaster is because it is my favorite cattle breed, and Beefmasters have been the way I wanted to go because they get so big, and it helps with the bigness because it adds a lot of meat to the calf. So if you get a big calf, you get a lot of steaks. A lot of steaks from the big calf. So I hope I learned I can learn nutrients and help my dad and uncle learn new things about feeding cattle and to continue to do feeder steers here at San Antonio. Another program on top of the feeder steers is Beef Masters. I also have 3 Beef Masters show heifers. I have Molly I started out with. She's like my very own horse because I can ride her. Then I have Hazel and Sunny. Me and Sunny did great. We got in 2nd place in our county show. When I figured out how much money I made, I was going to spend it on my horse. My parents quickly turned that idea down. They thought that I should invest my money on steers and my show heifers. So with that being said, would anybody here like to buy me a horse? I would love a quarter horse. Thank you.
Good job, Julie. Kiddos, I'm going to give you one more. I'm just going to remind you one more time about the microphone. Can't hear you if you talk over it like this. Get it up here in front of your mouth, okay? Everybody remember that. Okay, we're ready to go to Olney FFA, Miss Julia Lewis.
What do EPDs, corn, and buying bulk feed all have in common? They represent the 3 M's of cattle: meat, marbling, and money. Today I will be discussing meat and how it is affected by genetics, marbling from corn, and how to cut down on your financial expenses by buying in bulk. Hi everyone, my name is Julia Lewis and I'm currently a senior at Olney High School. I've done this project for 2 years and I have learned a lot, and I can't wait to share some of that with you today. EPDs stand for expected progeny difference. They have been utilized in the beef cattle industry for 4 decades. Some of the most important factors that we get from EPDs are carcass weight, ribeye area, fat, and marbling. Carcass weight is the animal hanging on the rail after processing. Ribeye area is measured between the 13th and 14th rib on the loin. Fat is also known as marbling. It is you measure fat in an external fat measurement known as back fat. The 2 steers I have standing behind me are sired by a bull named New Standard, who is in the top 10% of all Charolais bulls. I used EPDs when selecting the 2 steers. The reason EPDs are so important is because you have to have high quality genetics to help create high quality beef. Well, the next big thing is marbling. I say marbling is important, but how do y'all know that? How y'all know that is it is the first ingredient in a big, juicy steak. How you determine marbling is based on fat. So fat is created by the diet of the animal. The diet the 2 steers I have are on is whole corn and ADM beef trait. Whole corn is essential because it is approximately 72% starch. The ADM beef trait they're on also helps provide them adequate minerals and nutrients. With this project this year, I had to spend more money, and I knew that. Money to me is a very big part of this project because my parents, as well as everyone else, does not finance this project for me. I am completely in control of what happens and how I pay for it. So for me, that meant taking out a loan. This year, I took out a $4,000 loan. With that, I had to be very wise because of inflation on how I spent my money. So I knew I had to cut costs in any way I could. How I chose to cut costs with my project this year is buying in bulk. For me, buying in bulk means buying a super sack of corn, which is around 2,000 pounds of corn, in a huge sack. On average, a 50-pound sack of corn is around $12. That is on average 25 cents a pound. For me, buying in bulk, I am able to cut that down to 10 cents a pound. For everyone who has affected me in this project in a very big way. And I would like to say thank you to everyone in this room. Because of this, I fell in love with the beef cattle industry. Coming in 2 years ago, I knew nothing about this industry. You took someone who was a complete outsider and made me into someone who is confident in the products I'm eating as a consumer and comfortable in this industry. And I can say for that is thank you.
Thank you, Julia. And once again, I say that's why we do this. That's why somebody else sitting by me here does this too. Mr. Charles Eckel, thank you for being here today. Lycian Eckel was our very first sponsor of this show 23 years ago. 23 years ago, Charles' uncle Gerald came to us and said, I want to be a part. And 23 years later, he still is. Charles, thank you very much. Debo will be here later with us. In just a little bit, I haven't quite figured out the timing of this, but Debo brought a whole bag full of sacks of snacks for you guys. And I'm going to put them over there on the table, and we'll do that in a little bit. I want you to remember to thank her for that when you see her in a little bit. Okay, we ready to keep going? Let's go to Tyler Martin from Young County 4-H.
Between calculated risks and reckless decision-making lies the dividing line between profit and loss, according to Charles Duhigg. Hello, my name is Tyler Martin, and I'm from Young County 4-H. Every beef producer faces some sort of risk. The first of those risks lies in your cattle selection. When choosing the right cattle for your operation, you may choose based on backgrounding, disposition, genetics, or physical attributes. For me, each of these categories became a risk assessment. For instance, I didn't want just run-of-the-mill calves. I wanted to consider genetics and what produced a good beef product from years past. I wanted what I knew would produce profitable calves. However, this year I was inclined to take a more calculated risk when I chose a wild steer that would in no way be classified as docile. I evaluated this calf based on the categories previously stated and was willing to compromise on disposition. And, in theory, once that wild calf is removed from the herd, he should calm down. But would this decision be to my detriment? After all, he was one of the most promising steers when it came to genetics and physical attributes. A study done by Temple Grandin and Department of Animal Sciences at Colorado State University showed the assessment of temperament in cattle and its effects on weight gain. Cattle that remained calm during handling a chute had higher average daily gain than cattle that became agitated when restrained in the chute. Then, in 2003, an update was made to the study and said that measuring the speed of cattle exiting the chute may be less subjective and a more accurate measure of the temperament and disposition in cattle than the original study done, where cattle were scored solely off agitation present in the chute. After seeing this study, this potentially wild calf I chose could lead to lower average daily gain and could negatively affect my profit. That same wild steer could also pose a greater concern for physical injury. Chances are he's going to try to run, jump a fence, or potentially hurt himself or you when it feels threatened. And that threat could be caused by you simply doing a daily bunk assessment or just by providing clean water for the pen of cattle. It is plausible to assume that wild calf is going to try to get away and possibly end up causing injury to itself. If that wild calf gets hurt, he may not be able to come to the bunk as desired, may not be able to get to water, and may be choosing to stand in the same spot for long periods of time due to lack of mobility, which could cause foot rot. All of these scenarios could impact your bottom line, whether it be loss in average daily gain or increase in vet expenses. It's all a risk. When cattle feel threatened, it causes stress. Stress can greatly affect the immune system by lowering its ability to fight diseases. Once you have a lowered immune system, you put your operation at higher risk for veterinary expenses due to illness. BRD, or bovine respiratory disease, is responsible for 75% of all illness in feedlot cattle, stated the University of Minnesota. It is the biggest thief of profit in the beef industry. The cost of BRD is far more than just treating sick and dealing with possible death. Cattle that develop BRD have notable decreases in average daily gain, growth performance, and carcass quality. This alone can mean the difference between profit and loss in your operation. So, what's the solution to stopping the potential cycle of accumulating costs that cause profit loss? Well, there's never a guarantee these things don't happen despite you taking all the proper precautions. But by considering cattle that are docile, is at least proven to lower your risk of profit loss due to injury and illness. You've got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them. If the lyrics from this Kenny Rogers song, The Gambler, resonates with you, then you too may be wrestling with the decision to invest in cattle that may not be as docile as you would like I was. There is a substantial amount of proof available that the wild calf can have a negative impact on your operation, but only you can decide if the risk outweighs the reward. And in my own case, I experienced all of these detriments this year caused by that one wild steer, and lack of docility has proven to be a risk I'm not willing to take in my future beef cattle endeavors. Thank you.
Nice job, Tyler. Real good. All right, Snyder FFA, Kelsey Pinkerton.
I believe in the future of agriculture. Sorry, this is the wrong contest. Howdy, my name is Kelsey Pinkerton from Snyder, Texas. I'm an active member in the FFA and serve as the secretary for the Lone Wolf District. I'm an agricultural advocate as well as an advocate for people. Today, I would like to speak to you about a little of both. I believe that this industry is based off of many different points. Some of those points being knowing your feed conversions, knowing how to grade a carcass, or even discovering market prices. But I believe that this industry is that and so much more. I believe that it is having to deal with building relations, meeting new people, working on your public speaking and communications, and encouraging others, and building leaders. In Scurry County, Mr. Henderson, with the Capital Farm Credit, is working to help grow the commercial steer program in my county. Mr. Henderson and many others, including my mother, decided to participate in the commercial steer program when they were in high school. And they're now growing their kids in this program. This program has built so many lasting relationships, and I believe that it is safe to say, with the drive that these people have for this industry, it'll continue to do so. Whether it is the people running the show, the amazing people judging the shows, or any ag teachers or ag extension agents or parents that are helping us kids get excited about the beef industry and to the next generation to come. I believe it is safe to say that this program and this industry is safe for the future. If you can't tell by now, I'm an Aggie. I know I'm not wearing my maroon right now, but I love A&M, and I plan to go to Texas A&M and go to vet school to help fill the need for large animal veterinarians in rural areas. But because of this commercial steer show, just yesterday, I had a new opportunity right in front of me. Bureau is a vet school that's partnered with Texas A&M and West Texas A&M, and it was brought to attention that they're helping open new doors and put opportunities right in front of other people like me that want to become a large animal veterinarian. Now, coming from a rural community, I know the firsthand need for veterinarians. We are fortunate enough to have a vet nearby, and I love going to his clinic, even if I have to help out while we're waiting on one of our animals to get doctored. I've been told, Kelsey, you can't do this. Kelsey, you need to pick a new backup plan for your career. But to quote Elon Musk, of all people, who's involved with Teslas and wants to go to Mars, when something's important enough, you need to do it, even when the odds are not in your favor. I believe this quote stands out to me because in the beef industry, you have different odds to overcome, whether it be COVID or market prices or even political matters. I, for one, believe that those who bet against the beef industry may want to step back and consider the opportunities that this beef industry presents. And to quote Elon Musk again, you want a future where you're expecting things to be better, not one where you're expecting things to get worse. I, for one, would rather see others be successful and only have failures as a stepping stone to the pathway to success. No matter where you stand, as it's the Snyder Tiger mascot or an advocate of ag, I feel it is our duty as leaders to help encourage others and help build the beef industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey. Now let's go to Borden County 4-H, Kason Cribbs.
Hello, my name is Kason Cribbs from the Borden County 4-H chapter, and today I would like to talk to you about the things that are made from cattle. First thing I would like to talk about is toilet paper. Did you know that fatty acids are actually added to toilet paper to give it its softness? Another thing that is made from cattle is toothpaste. The fat that doesn't make the cut at the butcher's is rendered into a product called tallow. Fatty acids in the tallow give it a slick, oily consistency, which can help create the textures for creams, cosmetics, soaps, and toothpaste. Deodorants, the thing my brother should use more of, and candles are made from protein meal, fat, and fatty acids. These can also be found in everyday household items, including perfume, mouthwash, shaving cream, and soap. Stearic acid, derived from cattle, is the most common ingredient in these items. Gelatin, which comes from the connective tissue of cattle, can be found in gum, gummies like gummy bears, and marshmallows. So whenever you're eating gum, gummies, or marshmallows, you're actually eating part of a cow. Another thing that is made from cattle is glue. The most used animal remains that are used in the creation of glue are cattle skins, hides, muscles, bones, tendons, horns, feet, and hooves. So most of the carcass of a cow can fit into a small bottle of Elmer's glue. This is also why there's a picture of a cow on the label. Paintbrushes that are labeled as camel hair brushes are not actually made from camels at all. These paintbrushes are actually composed of the fine hairs off the ears and tails of cattle. Another thing that hair can be used for is a base for many ointments, binders, asphalt, and a base for the insulation material used to heat and cool your house. The bones, horns, and hooves of a cow can be used to supply important byproducts for buttons, bone china, piano keys, photographic film, paper, wallpaper, sandpaper, violin strings, combs, and toothbrushes. So, the paper in front of you with your name on it could be your steer's lost long friend Rodrigo. Did you know that your car is full of an entire herd? Many cars, of course, have leather seats, but this is not where it ends. Car tires are made up of stearic acid, and there's glue in your car made from beef protein that is used in most car bodies. Hydraulic brake fluid is also made from cattle fat. So you can't get away from cattle, especially if you like sports, because a cowhide makes a lot of balls. 6 cowhides can make a total of 12 basketballs, 144 baseballs, 20 footballs, 18 volleyballs, 18 soccer balls, and 12 baseball gloves. As you can see, not much of the cow carcass goes to waste, making it really hard for all those vegans to get away from cattle. So in conclusion, you can get many byproducts from cattle that are used in everyday life. Thank you.
Thank you, Kason. Good job. Next, let's go to Pilot Point, Miss Sydney Bickers.
Not good enough, not good enough, not good enough. Have you ever had this mantra growing through your head? Perhaps this is what Dr. Will McCauley was thinking when one day in the summer of 2016, he left his job at an animal clinic in Dallas, went home, and put a gun to his head. However, he was one of the lucky ones. For some reason, he decided not to pull the trigger that day. Later that week, Macaulay quit his job and stopped practicing. He was quoted as saying, "I knew I had to make a change. I was dead on the inside." Hi, my name is Sydney Bickers, and I would like to bring to light a growing crisis in our industry. Veterinarians are already in short supply, and research has concluded that male veterinarians are 2.1 times more likely to die by suicide than the general population, and female veterinarians are 3.5 times. Just like Dr. Macaulay, many veterinarians are racked with student debt and worn down by daily demands at work, which might include being vilified by pet owners and euthanizing patients. Just like doctors, veterinarians are more likely to die by suicide due to issues like anxiety, depression, and burnout. But veterinarians also face a unique set of stressors. Their patients can't speak or talk to them to tell them what is wrong, much like babies can't communicate with their doctors. However, unlike pediatricians, veterinarians usually find themselves having to euthanize patients with treatable injuries or illnesses because the caretaker can't afford the remedy, which might include costly surgeries. Dr. Becky Krull, often you will hear veterinarians refer to themselves as Dr. Death. Dr. Nicole MacArthur, a 46-year-old veterinarian from Rockland, California, was quoted as saying, "We go through vet school with the idea we are going to save lives. To turn around and have to push the plunger is difficult." Veterinary medicine is facing a mental health crisis. It is impossible to track this trend back to one simple issue or cause because there are so many at play. The practice of veterinary medicine is the perfect storm of factors coming together. Empathy, work-life balance, financial stressors, and access to drugs are just a few of these stressors. Dr. Becky Krull, a vet from Wisconsin, was quoted as saying, "The internet has opened an avenue of attack that is unprecedented in other professions. Because we are a business, we are often ridiculed for our prices or staff or you name it. Online attacks have destroyed businesses, and if you are already in a fragile mental state, it can really bring you down. It has driven veterinarians to leave the profession or even take their own lives. So what can be done? Organizations such as Not One More Vet and Mighty Vet have been developed to give struggling veterinarians a forum and community where they can get help. Not One More Vet was created by Dr. Nicole MacArthur after the death of world-renowned veterinarian Dr. Sophia Yin. What started as just a secret Facebook page for veterinarians to talk about their issues has become a community of over 26,000 veterinary professionals. It provides resources, education, and support for those struggling with mental health issues. Also, Mighty Vet offers continuing education and mentorship for those struggling with issues they may not have learned about in schooling. Their mission statement is, "We seek to bridge the gap in education and support of veterinarians, vet students, and vet tech to ensure they are informed of and prepared for the challenges and opportunities faced by those drawn to be a part of the most compassionate and trusted profession in the world. Perhaps with the support of these communities and forums and the agricultural community, it really can be not one more vet."
Thank you, Sydney. I got to tell you, I have learned so much today, folks, from these kiddos. These speeches are excellent, and that is a real topic. I know professionally about that, and I won't say more about that, but Sydney's topic is real and extremely important. So, Sydney, thank you very much for bringing that to us. Okay, let's go to Jordan Whitley from Hallettsville.
Caring for cattle is our business. We do our best. We do our best to provide proper nutrition, shelter, care, and when necessary, medicine. What scares us the most? The fact that our cattle could have a hidden disease that we cannot treat or prevent. Mad cow disease, or BSC, is such a disease. Howdy, I'm Jordan Whitley. I'm a sophomore at the Houtsville High School, a member of the Houtsville FFA, and this is my first year in the commercial steer program. Scientifically known as bovine spongiform encephalopathy, BSC is a very rare and fatal disease found in adult cattle. There is no treatment or vaccine available. In 1920, the first case of Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, or the human version of bovine spongiform encephalopathy, was reported from a person consuming infected beef. However, there is no scientific proof that the two cases are ever connected. Now, many of y'all may be thinking, why would you eat a diseased cow? Well, when a cow is harvested, when a cow is harvested without showing any signs, nobody realizes what they're eating. If a cow gets BSC at the age of 1, it will not start showing signs until age 5. When cattle are harvested, parts get put into the human food consumption, and other parts get put into cattle's feed. If an infected cow is harvested and its nervous tissues get put into cattle's feed, those cows will most likely get BSC. In 1997, the FDA made a law prohibiting any nervous tissues to be put in cattle's feed in the process of eliminating BSC cases. All cows are to be tested that are slaughtered or die on farm or in transit, other than for human food consumption. Testing consists of brain samples to be taken and determined if that cow has the infected prion. BSC statistics in North America state that in 1993 through August of 2018, there are 26 confirmed cases in North America. 20 of them were found in Canada, and 6 were found in the United States. One of the cows that died in the United States was born in Canada, and one of the cows that died in Canada was imported from the United Kingdom. We as cattle ranchers must remain vigilant and monitor our cattle for any signs so that they do not get BSC. Thank you.
Atta girl, Jordan. Congratulations on becoming a public speaker, young lady. You just did it. Good job. And thank you for hanging in there. Okay, let's go to Coleman County 4-H, Miss Hadley Hemphill.
How do you get your cattle feedlot ready? I asked myself this question because I wondered, how can I be sure that my cattle are ready to be shipped off, fed out, and processed? Hello, my name is Hadley Hemphill, and today I will be talking about the things we need to check off the list before we can send calves to the feedlot that will be healthy and produce top quality meat. First, we need to make sure our calves are dehorned. You can make it easier to work with and load your cattle onto the truck when you do this, as well as decreasing the risk of bruising in your other cattle's meat, so your calves won't bruise your other cattle's meat, as well as the fact that they won't take up as much space in the feed trough. Next, you want to make sure your calves are castrated. This one should be obvious. First off, I've heard that while very lean,
Bull meat is really not that high quality, and steers are generally less aggressive than most bulls. So you don't have as much of a risk that your other cattle or you will get injured. Another very important yet simple thing you can do is to make sure your calves have fresh, clean water at all times. Weaning, shipping, being worked, and transitioning to a new place are all very stressful things in the productive life of a beef calf and can cause dehydration and weight loss. You can prevent these things by making sure your calves have fresh, clean water at all times. You also have to make sure your calves are vaccinated to build the best immunity against things that could hinder your calves' health and success. This might be one of the more important things on the list, so you can avoid things like BVD, BRD, IBR, blackleg, and more, most of which are respiratory, digestive, and bacterial problems that can cause weight loss, other cattle in the feedlot to get infected, and can even cause death. On our ranch, we use a multi-shot series of vaccines of blackleg and pre-weaning vaccine to prevent these things. Then, you'll want to make sure that your calves have been weaned a pretty good while before you send them off. The preferred minimum nowadays is 45 days, but some buyers want 60, which a lot of people believe is not very beneficial for the rancher. The time in between weaning and shipping can vary based on who is buying your calves and what they expect. But the reason for having a longer time in between shipping and weaning is that weaning can be one of the most stressful times in the productive life of a beef calf and can impact the calf's health, gain performance, and economic viability. So you want to have that time so your calves won't be as stressed on the truck and in the feedlot and lose weight. Another thing you want to make sure of is that your calves are introduced to the concept of eating out of a bunker, so they won't get to the feedlot and be confused about where they're supposed to get their feed. Doing this will get your calves eating and gaining a lot faster. By doing these things, you can make your calves easier to work with and load on the truck and make the transition to a lot less stressful, as well as making your calves healthier and giving them an edge in producing more nutritional and delicious beef. Thank you.
Thank you, Hadley. Great job. Let's go to Canutillo FFAs. Mr. Reed Gill.
If any of you have been to a grocery store recently, you've seen a steady increase in beef prices. Fortunately, for those of you that are somebody that can process and package your animal, I'm sure you're eagerly awaiting your harvest date, which if you called this week, you should be getting ready around July. Hi, my name is Reed Gill, and I'm here representing the Canutillo Junior FFA. If most of you don't already know this, 4 large meat packing companies dominate over 80% of the beef packing industry. One could look at this and make the claim that these companies could take advantage of their role in the purchasing and selling of beef. But as Americans, we all want to believe that the checks and balances that are in place will help farmers and ranchers receive a fair market value for their product. Consumers should also expect to pay a modest price for the processed and packaged items. Consumers should also expect that these companies are making a modest profit for the service. A major obstacle that the pandemic exposed last year was that there are not enough small independent processors to deal with the amount of beef that people need harvested. Smaller plants are understaffed, lack modern harvest equipment, and simply cannot keep up with the amount of beef that people need harvested. Recently, the Biden administration pledged to spend $1 billion to expand small meat packing capacity in the United States. Along with these initiatives, they have partnered with the USDA to help farmers and ranchers access markets, develop standards and labels so that consumers can choose to help support farmers. These initiatives might seem small compared to overall $110 billion beef industry. But a small processing plant that is strategically placed in a heavy ranching community can mean the difference between helping a family farm continue for many generations or bankruptcy. In closing, I hope that more small processors that there will be more smaller processors to help farmers and ranchers have another option to market their product. Thank you.
Good job, Reed. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go way up north to Cotton Center. Anne-Marie Metzler.
When I think of the livestock feeding industry, names like Paul Engler from Cactus Feeders to Johnny Trotter and Kevin Bunch from Bargee immediately come to mind. There is no doubt that these men have certainly been successful and have a huge impact on our industry. But I feel the names of hardworking, successful, and competent women are missing. Don't worry, this isn't a women's rights speech with an agenda. But being a young lady about to start my college career and choosing my path for after college, I feel that it's necessary to recognize and emphasize that women in our industry are incredibly important. Hi, my name is Anne-Marie Metzler, and I'm with the Cont Center for Fay Chapter, and I am happy to be here today. Sadly, this is my final year participating in the San Antonio Junior Commercial Steer Contest. I have learned from my experience. I've met lifelong friends from all over this great state, and I've done so many things outside of my comfort zone. I've been exposed to so many new ideas and concepts through the testing process. I've been able to start and finish cattle alongside of my parents and learn from them. I've been introduced to the wonderful contest of meat judging, and lastly, I've had one of the greatest pleasures of my life meeting all of you wonderful people here today, including Dr. Miller and Dr. Rathman, Dr. Lawrence, Mr. and Mrs. Trace Blair, and all the spiritual people and volunteers that make today possible. Some of the greatest women in our industry have always worked behind the scenes, never requiring that affirmation, oh so needed by men. From the never-ending bookwork in the office, to the physical labor of processing and feeding in the elements, to the glamorous cowboy life of procuring and selling cattle. Names like Temple Graydon, a low-stress cattle handling expert, Sarah Jane Smith, owner of Canyon Feeders, and Ann Birkenholder, owner of Will Feed Incorporated, are common, but unfortunately not the norm. Organizations like the NCBA, the TCFA, the Texas Beef Council, and the Texas and Southwestern Cattle Raisers Association have very few women, if any, involved in the upper-level decision-making positions. I am not saying that there are none, but certainly less proportionate than to men. I'm not suggesting nor insinuating that women be promoted based on gender, race, or any non-merit qualification. We need to earn it and then be recognized for it. Mentors like my mom and Dr. Lonnie Luchurk, Dr. Whitney Crossland, Miss Tatum Whitewood, Dr. Jessica Igo Fink, and her sister, Megan Igo Hames, and every successful woman, or every woman behind a successful man, are the sometimes unrecognized mentors in our industry. We owe women like them a huge thank you. Some of you today may not know any of these women, but I am sure that we all know great women mentors across our state, from the top of the Panhandle down to the coast of South Texas, to the piney woods of East Texas, to the wide open spaces of West Texas, and all the hill country in between. I encourage all young ladies interested in the livestock feeding industry to enjoy life, to work hard, to never be discouraged, and never blame others for your misfortunes. And always accept recognition from whomever you influence. Whether it's a huge corporate feed yard, a university system, or simply a young person you're encouraging. Thanks again for this marvelous opportunity, and I hope to cross paths with you wonderful people again. Thank you.
Folks, let's take a quick break. We'll come back in about 5 minutes. Exhibitors, go ahead and get back to your tables, please. Okay, let's get started again. Let's go to Newcastle FFA, Little Miss True Krill.
Every super puncher knows that when it comes to working cattle, faster, louder, and meaner is always better. If you aren't hooting, hollering, and hangering for the next hen to shoot, you ain't no cowboy. That sounds like something Del Busby would say, but I know a little something Del ought to know, and that's if he pushed cattle through a chute like a NASCAR pit crew, and whoop and holler like those fighting Texas Aggies at Caulfield, then you really ain't no cowboy. Howdy, my name is True Creole. Let's talk practical, reasonable, appropriate, and smart cattle handling pointers that'll blow every super puncher's mind, but better yet, build your super profit margins too. You've probably heard of SMART goals. Goals are specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound. Well, today I offer to you SMART cattle handling techniques. The acronym is mine, but is based on the work of some real-life super punchers and experts in our industry, like Texas A&M's Dr. Gill. So let's get to it. SMART. S means that cattle handling should always be supplementary to a well and established range management program. What happens chute-side should be safe for both the super puncher and the herd. Processing cattle can and should enhance your operation. Unfortunately, due to misunderstandings in animal and human behavior and lack of judicious decision-making, some cowpokes find their operations hindered instead of enhanced. Attention to safety might seem a bit boring, but the welfare of cattle and people should always come first. The M in SMART is represented by the phrase medically meticulous. Producers want to accomplish two things: the creation of a superior product and a maximized profit margin. Neither of those things will happen with abuse or misuse of veterinarian products. As a Texas A&M publication on cattle Data vaccine stated. Follow label directions for proper procedures in administering a vaccine. Use the correct dose and route of administration. Do not administer an expired vaccine. Follow withdrawal time recommendations for slaughter printed on the label. A similar publication that stress at the time of calving reduces resistance to disease. The same applies to stress at the time of processing or shipping. Stressed animals will eat less and tend to have greater incidence of diarrhea and bovine respiratory disease. This is where letter A comes into play. A is for appropriately amicable. I've learned at my wise old age of 9 that sometimes working cattle can result in passionate fellowship within a family unit, and that can be hard on everybody, including the cattle, and it sure makes for a long truck ride home. So, an appropriate and amicable attitude not only boosts morale, but immunity too. R represents rationally responsive. Some might think that they have to get loud or aggressive to work cattle well, but it turns out cattle can be pretty reasonable. They have 3 basic means of communication: sight, sound, and touch. Cattle want to see us. They don't need to hear us as much as one might think, and touching them with hands or hot shots isn't always necessary to achieve your desired goal when moving cattle. Rationally responsive means that we should be reasonable in our behavior around and with cattle. Abuse of cattle is not acceptable under any circumstances. T in my SMART acronym stands for transparent and timely. Transparent means you probably wouldn't be any good at poker, and in this analogy, it means that we don't have anything to hide. Cattle processing at our operation is the time for getting questions answered in truth while we hold one another accountable to always do the right thing. As we do that, we want to consider timeliness. Timely is a word that can help us remember to speed up and slow down. As Texas A&M's Dr. Gill points out in his Cattle Handling Pointers publication, the only way to work cattle quickly is slowly. We've all heard it said, patience is a virtue, possess it if you can. Seldom found in woman, never found in man. The notion of doing anything, but especially working cattle slowly, is difficult to digest for some, like my good buddy Uncle Dale. So, to recap, this SMART acronym represents cattle handling that is supplementary and safe, medically meticulous, appropriately amicable, rash responsive, and transparent and timely. True super punchers like me and my comments here today know that there's much more to smart cattle handling than we can fit in a 5-minute speech. The next time we find ourselves shoot side, I challenge us all to engage our knowledge and represent our industry well. If cattle handling was a big, bad brain bull, do what Dale would do. Spur him in the fat neck and go 90. Thank you.
Hot dog, Uncle Dale, to be proud of that one. Way to go, true. Okay, Pilot Point FFA, Mr. Aiden Bickers.
With an ever-growing population, feeding the world is getting harder and harder. Because of this, many people are looking for new and better ways of producing food. However, many of these ways lead to a dead end. Hi, my name is Aiden Bickers, and I'm from the Pilot Point FFA chapter. And today, I'll be discussing lab-cultured meat and its impact on our industry. Lab-cultured meat is a relatively new invention, with the first edible burger being produced in 2013. The process to create this meat is a complicated, multi-step endeavor requiring a lot of complicated equipment like bioreactors. According to the Global Food Institute, the whole process begins with a 1.5 milliliter of production-optimized animal cells. This 1.5 milliliter vial is then added to a 250 milliliter flask containing a growth serum. The growth serum consists of purified water, salt, glucose, amino acids, and other growth-regulating chemicals. This final ingredient varies from company to company. However, the basic components are growth hormones, recombinant proteins, cytokines, and other chemicals related to the regulation of cell metabolism and development. Lab cultured meat has a long road ahead of it. However, in order for this meat to be successful, it first must be profitable. According to Paul Wood, a former Pfizer animal health executive, and Hal Hughes, a former Pfizer colleague of Wood's, this may never be achievable. In their report, lab cultured meat predicted prices and predicted facility construction costs are unrealistic and likely unobtainable. In addition to this, lab cultured meat has no pre-existing infrastructure like the traditional meat industry, adding costs to an already expensive process. Lab cultured meat has a very long road ahead of it. However, if it is successful, its impact on other industries could be serious. If successful, lab cultured meat will mostly to entirely replace all harvested meat, leading to a loss of jobs in not only feedlots and slaughterhouses, but the entire cattle industry. 527,000 jobs will be lost in the cattle industry, in the beef industry alone, not to mention the havoc it will cause to cow-calf and stocker operations. Lab cultured meat is not sustainable. Because of these factors, I do not believe lab cultured meat will be making headlines for much longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Aiden. Next, let's go to Randall County, Mr. Mason Wolf.
Imagine with me a large, lush green pasture with rolling hills. When it rains, miles and miles of green, nutritious grass and blue skies as far as you can see. The skyline is only broken by a few wind turbines in the distance, and below the blades graze mama cattle with calves by their side. My family runs a small commercial cattle herd a few miles south of Canyon, Texas. Our herd predominantly consists of black baldy mama cows bred to Charolais bulls, which produce the cutest smoky calves you've ever seen. We calve in early spring and wean in the fall. The crew we use to work cattle is just us. My dad, my brother, myself, and my mom. She does the cooking. So why am I telling you all this information? I'm telling you our story, creating a bond with you. As you know, resources are limited and cattle prices are not increasing to keep up with the economy. As small producers, we must find ways to increase our returns, and niche marketing is one way we can accomplish this task. Hi, my name is Mason Wolf, and I'm the lead cattle flanker at Bossman Cattle Company. I'm 13 years old, and today I'm going to talk to you about how increasing our returns by setting ourselves apart and communicating with the consumer can bring us more money. We can increase our returns by creating a specialized market from a commodity. Many cattle producers have found ways of separating themselves through specialized feeding programs such as jojoba beans or carrots. So many of you might be thinking, what the heck is a jojoba bean? Or who in their right mind would feed carrots to cattle? Well, Greg Vinson, an Arizona rancher, does in fact feed his cattle jojoba beans. Jojoba beans are a forage source in the high deserts of Arizona that have an oil used in several shampoos and lotions. According to Mr. Vinson, the jojoba bean adds a decisive flavor to the beef and increases its quality. This additive adds more flavor compounds to the beef than wine. These jojoba beans bring increased returns because they set themselves apart from everybody else. A restaurant in Austin, Texas has one menu item that serves carrot-fed hamburgers. According to their marketing strategy, the Holy Grail Steak Company serves beef from Santa Clarita, which specializes in carrot-fed beef. According to their marketing strategy, Carrot-fed beef is high in B12 and beta-carotene, but low in saturated fat. This beef has added benefits of being heart and lung healthy while keeping the immune system healthy. Are any of these claims real? Does the beef really have a different flavor? Only a taste test will reveal. However, these cattle producers have found ways of increasing their returns by setting themselves apart. Another way we can increase our returns is custom harvesting. Custom harvesting grew in popularity during the height of COVID-required shutdowns and decreased supply in the market. According to the University of California, in a whole animal sale with custom processing options, the rancher can talk directly to the consumer, answering questions related to breed, feed, animal welfare, and stewardship of the land. Many cattle producers have retained ownership and created their own custom processing options. The Texas Beef Grass to Grill, a small business in the Panhandle, sells its beef in bulk, anything from 1/8 to whole beef packages. Their marketing strategy ensures you will always get what you want. You pick out your cuts, and they will deliver directly to your freezer. Reedy Prime Beef, another small direct-to-consumer producer, sells custom or specific cuts for a premium price. Custom cuts sell for $6.50 on the hoof, while already frozen cuts sell for a premium price, such as rump roast for $28. These producers have found ways of separating themselves, ways of increasing their returns by separating themselves. The stories we tell in our families of production may change with the times, but interacting with the consumer and creating specialized marketing strategies to create value on our product must stay constant. While carrots and jojoba beans may not be part of my family's future, custom harvesting might be the better option. You've heard my story, and now we will make an effort to set ourselves apart. Thank you.
Good job, Mason. Thank you very much. Let's go to Hallettsville. Miss Landry Whitley.
Howdy, folks. My name is Landry Whitley. I'm 10 years old in the 4th grade and a member of the Hallettsville Junior FFA program. And this is my first year participating in commercial steers. Wow, did you see that fly? That was a big fly. I hate flies, aggravating, biting. Did you know that there are actually 3 species of flies that affect cattle? There's the face fly, stable fly, and horn fly. Let me take a minute and tell you about the horn flies. Horn flies are a pest for pasture beef cattle. Aggravating, I tell you. Can you imagine having hundreds of flies crawling all over your face, back, and tickling your belly? But if they aren't tickling your belly, they're biting. Horn flies drink blood and lay their eggs in cow manure. As soon as you think you killed it, another one hatches. It only takes 10 to 20 days for a fly egg to become a fly adult. Then they only live for about 3 weeks. This is how you get multiple generations of flies, costing you money. Horn flies cost billions of dollars in economic loss in the cattle industry each year. There are many ways to combat this problem. You can build things in your pasture, like dust bags, back rubs, pour on insecticides, or ear tags. Sometimes you have to combine 2 or more of these methods to get high-level hornfly control. One of these methods we used in my pen steer was pen rotation. I wanted my steer's pen to be clean, with not a lot of manure in it. I also received my steers with the pour-on insecticide. I wanted my steers to be able to eat and relax, so they weren't constantly swatting those flies. It has been a pleasure to have the opportunity to come before you today, and thank you for your time.
So good, Landry. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to East Bernard. Riley Bosick.
You walk into your favorite steakhouse and you sit down. The waiter brings you your food as you put on your virtual reality goggles. Now, as a beef connoisseur, you know what a perfectly grilled ribeye steak tastes like. But this steak tastes different. Through your VR goggles, it looks like beef, but it definitely doesn't taste like it. Good morning. My name is Riley Vosek from the East Bernard FFA chapter. It turns out that that steak you were eating was made from crickets. Now, we've come a long way, but how have we come to eating crickets? The fast-paced, technology-based, diverse society that America has become has had a significant impact on shaping the past, present, and future of beef production. Now, I wouldn't eat a cricket unless I was maybe a Survivor contestant starving on an island, but today I'm a beef advocate looking at the bigger picture. Over 100 years ago, the producer and the consumer were the same person. But in 1906, these two individuals began to drift apart. The Meat Inspection Act was passed, further regulating how our food would be labeled and processed. Although positive in nature, this was the initial spark that led to consumers' interest in how our food would be processed and produced. As consumer awareness grew, more laws were passed to shape beef production. To shape beef production. To shape beef production. That was over the first 100 years, I'm sorry. Our industry has done a lot to come this far. We are seeing active momentum in our industry, opening new processing plants such as the Sustainable Beef Act in Nebraska. We're also seeing active legislation such as HR 5290 that will renew livestock mandatory reporting. Beef industry is answering the challenge to ensure that beef is staying on the shelves for producers and consumers. I say all of this to say that the beef producer will be the last man standing. When consumers are unable to afford lab-grown meat and aren't satisfied in their alternative options, beef producers will still be here. In the 4 years that I've done this contest, two concepts have become incredibly apparent to me. The first is that beef is way better than cricket meat. And the second is that we as an industry need to stand up for what we are doing. Because if we don't, our industry, somebody else will stand against it. That's why I've decided to pursue a college degree that allows me to continue to advocate for the beef industry. So I challenge each of you as producers to stand up. Stand up for the management practices we use today. Stand up for the consumer who wants to enjoy a nutritious, delicious steak. Stand up for the beef industry, because I've said it before, but I'll say it one last time. Beef is and will always be what's for dinner. Thank you.
Thank you, Riley. Let's go to Holly Wrestler from Hallettsville.
Flies, flies, flies everywhere. I hate flies. Do you hate flies too? I know my steers hate flies. As beef producers, we should do our best to keep our cattle healthy and happy. And preventing flies is one way to do that. Hi, my name is Holly Wrestler, and I'm in the 4th grade at Hallettsville Elementary School. This is my 2nd year at the San Antonio Commercial Steer Contest, and I learned a lot about flies and their impact on cattle this year. The horned fly is one of the most damaging insect pests to beef cattle. Flies can affect cattle by causing nervousness and energy loss, as well as annoyance and irritation, which affects the most important parts of my steer's day: feeding time and resting time. Part of understanding how to deal with flies means understanding their life cycle. Flies reproduce and manure, and with as much as these 2 steers behind me eat, they sure do make a lot of manure. Flies develop from the egg to the adult stage in about 10 to 20 days, at which point they live for about 3 weeks. During these 3 weeks, they feed anywhere between 20 to 30 times a day. There are many types of control methods for flies, best being used in IPM approach. IPM stands for Integrated Pest Management and uses product. No. There are many types of control methods for flies, best being used in IPM approach. IPM stands for Integrated Pest Management and uses cultural, biological, and chemical control. Biological control allows other insect predators such as wasps and fire ants to help control the population. Cultural control includes me and my brother's favorite activity, cleaning manure from stalls. Another option is chemical and uses products such as insecticidal ear tags, sprayers, dusters, feed additives, and boluses. Having good cattle management is the #1 way of preventing and controlling the effects of flies in your cattle. When cattle are dealing with any parasite problems, they are not reaching their full potential. By investing in prevention and control of flies, we are keeping our cattle healthy and profitable. Thank you.
Nice job, Holly. Thank you very much. Let's go to Hansford County 4-H. Big O Zeke Harkey's coming to you now.
Feeding cattle is simple. They are large animals, therefore eat a lot. To ensure a large weight gain, I will just feed them lots of corn and watch them grow. This is just one example of what I thought I knew about cattle, but found to be false over the course of this project. Hi, my name is Zeke Harkey. I'm a 3rd grader and a member of the Hansford County 4-H. I'm here today to tell you all what I learned over several months of spending time with and observing my cattle. To start out, I'm going to give you a little about my background. My family farms and occasionally grazes cattle on our land, but by no means are we cowboys. I thought it would be fun to learn more about cattle and the process of taking care of them. We bought my steers from my grandma. She owns approximately 200 head and runs them year-round. The cattle we purchased from her were Angus, Maine, bred by Angus bulls. After we purchased them, we took them to get weighed. Luckily, we have some good family friends near our home who let us use their equipment and facilities to weigh, implant with Rev 200, and also tagging my steers. We also gave them a dose of dewormer to protect them from parasites.
Over the course of this project, our friend told us the importance of the implant. Rev 200 provides a balance of hormones which allows your cattle to eat most optimally. Next, we took them to One Eye. Dad's farm's about 30 minutes from where we live. We usually make this drive every day or every other day to go to the farm, so I thought this would work out great. However, over the course of this project, I learned how important it is to feed your cattle multiple times a day and not just one large quantity of feed a day. The pens where my cattle resided throughout this project remained extremely dry, which proved to be ideal in preventing foot rot and other diseases that can be caused by a wet environment. I also learned the lack of stress that comes from a dry and moderate environment can help your cattle gain weight because it's easier for them to move around and they don't have to work as hard. Otherwise, they would be losing and burning off vital nutrients that we are trying to keep in their bodies. We started my steers off on Purina medicated starter pellets for the first week at the pens. After that first week, we moved from all Purina to 80% Purina with 20% corn and 0.75 pounds of beef trait per day per calf. We got the corn straight from my dad's field, which I think is pretty cool and also let us save some money. The reason for adding the beef trait was to provide the steers with all the vitamins and nutrients the corn doesn't have and the steers need. I learned that the reason for the slow increase in corn was to train the steers' stomachs. By training their stomachs, I mean build up their healthy gut bacteria and tolerance for corn, so they would be able to process and take in all the nutrients and benefits the corn has to offer. Otherwise, the majority of good things entering their body would also leave their body before having a chance to benefit the cow. Overall, I learned that cattle are pretty complex. What they eat needs to change as they change, as well as how much of it they eat. I look forward to doing this project next year. I think I will have a better idea on what to expect and be able to learn even more. Thank you all for your time.
I think you've already got some pretty good ideas now. Good job, Zeke. Way to go. Okay, Taylor County 4-H. Let's go to Mr. Luke Abner.
Ladies and gentlemen, I must warn you, I'm fixing to say a word that might startle young children. Hormones. I know. Terrifying, right? Well, actually, I'd like to tell you about the effect that the use of hormones has on cattle, the environment, and the consumer. Howdy, I'm Luke Abner with Taylor County 4-H, and I'm here today to try to debunk some myths about hormones and show the value they have to offer to cattlemen's bottom dollar and other factors some may not think about. Since the 1950s, the USDA has approved a number of steroid hormone drugs for the use in beef cattle. But still today, some do not understand the facts surrounding hormones. We're losing acreage to raise cattle daily, but the human population continues to grow. This means we're having to feed more people with less resources. Implants help cattle grow and increase their average daily gain by 0.35 pounds per day, and their feed conversion can be raised to half a pound. With this increased feed conversion and this increased efficiency,
can increase their performance and decrease the environmental footprint of the beef industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Luke. Okay, let's go to exhibitor number 62, Mr. Jake Ressler.
Like many of you, every year I look forward to getting my commercial steer project. We do our best to purchase cattle that have been backgrounded and set up for success. Not every year goes the way you want it to, though. This past summer was one of those years. Howdy, I'm Jake Ressler, and I'm currently in the 8th grade at Hallsfield Junior High. And here's my story about what I learned. To begin, the cattle we originally purchased this year had been backgrounded and weaned and vaccinated on a ranch about 30 days prior to delivery. When they got off the trailer, they all looked just fine, but the next morning, we found one dead. We called the vet to come check the group, and by the time he got there, another one had died. We had no clue what was happening. The vet decided to perform a necropsy to determine what caused these steers to die. When he opened them up, he noticed large purple lesions on their lungs and even some lesions on their hearts. The samples he took were then sent to the Texas A&M Vet-Med Diagnostic Lab, and it was determined that Histophilus somni was the culprit. The vet determined that the stress events of the trailer ride these steers had gone through allowed the bacteria to enter the lungs. From there, it gained access to the bloodstream and spread to the heart. All of this infection eventually led to severe heart and lung lesions and ultimately death. The good news is that we caught this problem early enough that we were able to return all those cattle and buy new cattle for this commercial steer program. But I was still curious, so I researched what all Histophilus somni can cause, how, and why. Histophilus somni is a common disease-causing bacteria that lives in the nasal passages of cattle. It tends to be an opportunistic pathogen that multiplies quickly during times of stress. Histophilus somni can infect the respiratory, circulatory, and nervous systems. It usually causes local inflammation, thrombosis, or blood clotting that interrupts blood flow, and local cellular death. Young cattle entering the feedlot are affected by this bacteria the most often. When Histophilus somni infects the respiratory system, it can cause pneumonia and shipping fever. In the instance of a pneumonia infection, one of two things may happen. The first is sudden death pneumonia, which is when the outside of the lungs are covered in a thick fibrin and the lung beneath is collapsed. The second type of pneumonia caused by Histophilus somni is bronchopneumonia. This type of pneumonia tends to have symptoms such as depression, loss of appetite, off feed, coughing, excessive nasal discharge, and rapid, difficult breathing. The good news is that this type of pneumonia can be treated with many antibiotics. Histophilus somni is also part of the shipping fever complex in cattle, along with Mannheimia hemolytica and Pastorella multicida. Shipping fever occurs when cattle are highly stressed. This stress allows the bacteria to enter the lungs. The main symptoms of shipping fever are depression, loss of appetite, coughing, excessive nasal discharge, staggering, diarrhea, and sudden death. When Histophilus somni infects the circulatory system, it causes septicemia and myocarditis. Septicemia is basically blood poisoning by bacteria. This allows the bacteria to spread to organs throughout the body. Typically, Histophilus somni gains access to the blood as a result of other infections. Myocarditis is the inflammation of the heart muscle. Symptoms of myocarditis are lethargy, fever, and death. The heart of an animal with myocarditis tends to have purple discoloration of the endocardium, or the internal lining of the heart. In the circumstance that Histophilus somni infects the nervous system, it can cause a condition known as thrombotic meningoencephalitis, also known as TEAM. TEAM occurs when the bacteria enters the bloodstream and spreads to the brain. TEAM most commonly occurs in young cattle, and some main symptoms are depression, fever, ataxia, and recumbency. After death, a necropsy can reveal neurological lesions that are brown to red hemorrhagic infarcts at the gray-white matter interface of the cerebrum and thalamus. Now, if you don't understand a word I just said, don't worry. My parents said the exact same thing. What it means is that there will be bleeding in the gray and white squishy of the brain. So, as you can see, Histophilus somni can be a real problem for cattle producers. From pneumonia and shipping fever to myocarditis and TEAM, its effects can be extremely harsh. But with good handling practices and low stress management, you can prevent the outbreak of infection. As I learned again this year, the ranching business is a tough business, but you have to learn lessons along the way to improve your odds for next season. Thank you.
Hot dog. Good job, Jake. Hey, I tell you what, do you know that vets have to do continuing education? Dr. Golow could probably tell you all about that stuff, and you could hire out and do a presentation to a vet continuing education seminar with that. Nice job. Way to go. I have another introduction I would like to make, and she's looking at me through a camera lens right about now. Miss Nancy Wells is here with us again for I don't know how many years in a row, but it's been a whole lot of them, and she's taken about 1 billion pictures of you today and for the last lots of years. Parents, if you want some of the finest pictures of your kids from all angles, from close up, from far away, come see Nancy before you leave. Give her your information, and I promise you she will get you pictures of your kiddos. Thank you so much for all your years of having us. What a neat lady. Okay, lunchtime. Anybody hungry? All right, kiddos, I want you to go first. We've got beef fajita tacos over here. And if for some reason you need Yardbird, we've got just a few of those too. After the kiddos are finished and have their lunch and kind of come back to their tables, then I think we're going to have plenty for everybody. So don't run out and buy a bunch of food outside just yet. We've got about 250 tacos, and I expect that will probably get us. Okay? All right, y'all do it.
Folks, we still have a lot of tacos over there, so please, if you didn't get one, head over there. If you just must have your second, get over there. Surprising enough that nobody's eating the chicken.
Okay, folks, here we go. We're going to get started back with Northwest FFA and Miss Elena Treadway.
There are many different ways to properly take care of cattle. Hi, I'm Elena Treadway from the Northwest FFA chapter. The maintenance of cattle is very important for proper growth. I believe the most important way to raise cattle is by following the BQA, otherwise known as the Beef Quality Assurance Standards. They have set their standards to ensure that all cattle are raised properly and efficiently. The main goal of BQA is to ensure that all cattle are raised properly and efficiently. They represent most of the cattle industry who uses safety protocols and herd management while producing high-quality beef. There are many different safety protocols in place to ensure that all cattle are being taken care of properly. One of the safety protocols is the proper nutrition and feed for cattle. BQA recommends that all cattle have access to fresh water. BQA recommends that they have water troughs that have floats and are cleaned frequently. And they also say that you should fence off any lakes, creeks, rivers, or ponds that could cause cattle to get diseases if they have access to these. A disease such as leptospirosis is caused by contaminated water and is contagious. This disease is caused by infected animals and cattle urinating in the water. The next step to properly raising cattle is proper nutrition and feed. BQA says that Hello? Okay. Test. Okay. BQA recommends that all feed has the proper amount of vitamins. Hello? Perfect. Okay, BQA recommends that all feed has the proper amount of vitamins, energy, and minerals and protein. They also recommend that you have the proper amount of roughage in your diet. My steer's roughage intake was about 3 pounds of hay a day, which would add up to about 21 pounds of hay per week. This is because I needed them to have a high roughage intake so that I could help prevent digestive disorders and acidosis of the liver, which is caused by a ration of concentrates too high. The next step is disease prevention. BQA recommends for disease prevention that you keep an accurate record of all treatment plans and antibiotics you have used for the past 2 years so that you can help prevent the diseases from spreading even further each year. It has been my desire to raise cattle raise and produce cattle that will grade choice or prime and enhance the eating experience for all consumers who purchase beef, as my family has for many years. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Clayton Stevenson, and I'm from Spring Lake Earth.
And I spent a lot of time thinking about what I wanted to talk about today for my speech. And I wanted to talk about something that the producer can do to increase performance in his calves. So eventually I narrowed my topic down to fetal programming. Fetal programming is the idea that we can complement or insult the calf we can add a maternal complement or insult to the calf during gestation that causes it to change throughout the rest of its life. And so that sounds like good cow management. That sounds like take care of your cows and they'll take care of you. But let me explain why it's a little bit deeper than that. It's deeper than that because of a process called DNA methylation. DNA methylation is the attachment of methyl groups to a strand of DNA. And so what that does is it changes the way the DNA expresses itself. So the idea behind it is that we can take genes for performance and make them better expressed and have better performance genes. And so how do we achieve this? How do we create or achieve this DNA methylation? And the truth is, it all goes back to nutrition. And today I want to bring to your attention 3 studies about fetal programming. And the first one takes place in the first trimester of a cow's pregnancy. And this study was done by the University of Wyoming. And what they did is they took two groups of cows, and for the first 83 days of gestation, one group was fed 55% of its nutritional requirements, while the other group was fed 100% of their nutritional requirements. And after that 83 days, everything moved back to 100%. So the calves of those 2 groups, they had no significant differences throughout their feeding periods, throughout their lives. Although they did have the calves that were part of the 55% group, their lungs and trachea weighed significantly less than the calves that were given 100% the whole time. And that although there was no difference in the growth throughout this, it would be ignorant to ignore that, especially with respiratory disease being the #1 cause of morbidity and mortality within the feed yard. The second trial on fetal programming I want to talk about happens in the 2nd trimester, the middle. And so this is when we start to see the growth of some muscle fibers within the calf. It's about the end of month 3 into the middle of month 4, and then we see it later again in month 6 through 9. And muscle fibers are created in the womb, and that is the only amount of muscle fibers that calf will ever receive. So the University of Wyoming did another study, and they kept one group of cows on native pastures with approximately 6% crude protein, and their second group on high-quality fertilized pastures with approximately 11% crude protein. And again, there was no huge differences. Although they did a Warner-Benzler meat tenderness test on the calves that stayed on the high quality pastures, and those calves were significantly more tender. Now the third one I want to talk about is in the 3rd trimester, and this is when we see a large amount of muscle fiber formation and a large amount of fat tissue formation. And so the University of Nebraska did this study, and they took 2 groups of cows, and they gave one group a 1 pound per day, 42% protein supplement for 3 days out of the week during the last stages of gestation. And so the difference is that the finishing weights of these calves that received supplement were 53 pounds more, and the hot carcass weights were 86 pounds more than the calves that received no supplement. And so the calves that received supplement graded 96% choice, while the calves that didn't receive supplement graded 83% choice. And although all of this, it's all been phenotypically observed, none of it has been genetically proven. But I believe that with fetal programming, we can increase our performance in our calves, and I believe that it merits the attention of the producer and merits the attention of further research in the future. Thank you.
Cargill, JBS, Tyson, National Beef. You've likely heard of them. These 4 packers purchase and process 85% of beef in the United States. Not only are these big names prominent in the industry and quick to come to mind when thinking of the beef production process, they have dominated market conditions with the ability to sway both the price of cattle and the price of beef at the supermarket, resulting in higher profits for their sector of the industry. In turn, leaving cattle producers with the short end of the stick, so to say. Today, I'm here to tell you about legislation aiming to address this disparity and return fairness to the cattle marketplace dominated by these four major meat packers. Howdy, my name is Rylan Marek, and I'm a sophomore at Hallettsville High School and a proud member of the Hallettsville FFA. In November of 2021, 4 U.S. senators from Nebraska, Iowa, Oregon, and Montana introduced the Cattle Price Discovery and Transparency Act. Recent events such as the 2019 Tyson fires and COVID-19's impact on supply chains highlighted the need to enhance price discovery and transparency in the cattle markets. The legislation has 4 key components. It aims to establish mandatory levels of negotiated cash and negotiated grid trade for within each designated cattle region. And packers, on a plant-by-plant basis, will be required to purchase a set amount of cattle from the cash market. USDA will be required to create a publicly available library of marketing contracts between packers and producers. It will require more timely reporting of cattle carcass weights, as well as require packers to report the number of cattle scheduled to be delivered for slaughter each day for the next 14 days. As with any legislation, there are groups that stand on each side of the bill. Those that support it, those that oppose it, and those that land somewhere in between. National groups, such as the National Farmers Union and U.S. Cattlemen's Association, have already announced their support of the bill, with state groups, such as the Iowa Cattlemen's Association, also backing the movement. Some groups, however, are afraid that the bill invites too much government oversight into the cattle industry. Julie Anna Potts, president and CEO of the North American Meats Institute, noted that beef and cattle markets are dynamic, and that last fall, prices that cattle producers received for their livestock had risen without any government interference. She stated that this bill would replace the free market with government mandates and hurt those it is intended to protect. In a letter dated October 15th, 2020, addressed to fellow cattle producers, the NCBA acknowledged the importance of the availability of current and accurate market information and its substantial impact to making informed marketing decisions as cattle producers. In response, the NCBA has developed the 75% plan to develop framework designed to provide packer participation benchmarks and negotiated trade for the industry to strive toward. While the NCBA indicates it supports much of this bill, the group does have a firm policy that opposes government mandates of cash market activity. Similarly, the American Farm Bureau Federation supports a majority of this legislation, with the exception to the bill's establishment of mandatory cash sales. It's also worth noting that the bill does not address industry concentration with regards to packers. Efforts to diversify packing capacity and build new independent packing plants will be necessary to further reduce the monopoly impact of the 4 primary packers. While the Cattle Price Discovery and Transparency Act is not a silver bullet, it is creating a lot of conversation around change that would be a step in the right direction and aim that cattle producers always have a seat at the table when it comes to improving the fed cattle market. Thank you.
Thank you, Rylan. Good job. All right, let's go to Groveton FFA, Miss Hannah Page.
Wait, why are so many cows dying every day? While this may sound like a story on the nightly news, it is the truth that cattle producers are facing constantly. Why are cow-calf operators, stockers, and feeders dealing with death loss on a daily basis? The answer is disease. What can we do to ensure our cattle are not at risk? Good afternoon. My name is Hannah Page, and I am here representing the Groveton FFA. We can develop biosecurity protocols in order to ensure our cattle are not at risk for disease. In order to complete this task, we need to understand what needs to be done and do it. There are many ways to ensure biosecurity. First, we need to make sure that our cattle have some sort of immunity to protect them from disease. The cattle could have a variety of different types of immunity. They could have passive, natural, or active immunity. Natural immunity is provided by the cow's natural defenses, such as the skin or nose. Passive immunity is provided by the colostrum or placenta. Active immunity is provided by various vaccines that let the body create a defense against the disease without actually having a disease in the body. For another method of prevention, we can quarantine incoming cattle for 3 weeks or so. All operations must eventually add new cattle. Stalker or cow-calf operations constantly add new cattle. So what can we do? And it might be complicated to quarantine each cattle separately for 3 weeks. So what can we do instead? We could vaccinate all of the incoming cattle according to our ranch protocols. By developing biosecurity protocols, producers are establishing a safety net against a possible outbreak of a foreign disease. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Hannah. Next is Casey Connor from Bellevue.
Have you seen feed prices? They are so expensive. Hi, I'm Casey Connor, and I'm representing Bellevue FFA. I have my steers right here behind me. You realize feed expenses are very expensive. I've never seen them like this. Now, I have purchased my feed from 2 different places. Now they're out of feed. We have to we have to purchase our own vertical mixer, feed grinder. That's how we do it now. And plus a supplement so they don't get special diseases and die. And I don't want to do that and make them die. So now that we have purchased our own feed stuff, like a vertical mixer, a grain processor, we have mixing our own feed. We grow our own hay, like Sudan, and you can use other feeds. It don't matter. More and less, now I have learned quite a bit how to mix my own feed and way the process works. And my steers have done pretty good. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Casey. Next from Comal County 4-H, Miss Allie Kelly.
Look at beef cattle prices. The rancher is taking advantage of the consumer and getting rich. I cannot believe that a chuck roast costs $6.67 a pound, and a choice steak costs $13 a pound. How many times have you heard someone blame the rancher for the increase in beef prices at the supermarket? Reality is, the consumers are experiencing record high prices, but the ranchers aren't the ones cashing in. So who is? Who is getting rich off the beef industry?
Hi, my name is Allie Kelly, and this is my 4th year to participate in the San Antonio Commercial Steer Contest. I am proud to present to you these 2 Charolais Angus Cross steers. These 2 steers tipped the scale weighing 2,512 pounds. They were on feed for 152 days and had an average daily gain per head of 2.9. So, back to who's getting rich. While I love raising these steers and competing in this commercial steer contest, I'm not getting rich over here. After 152 days on feed, my profit for these 2 steers is approximately $265. That's less than $2 a day for my hard work. For me, the experience gained in this competition far outweighs the profit of my cattle. But think about the rancher. The average rancher puts more blood, sweat, and tears into their animals than most of us can even imagine. They work 365 days a year, tending to their cattle through the winter cold and the heat of the summer. They deal with injuries and diseases in their animals, increasing feed prices, drought, hay shortages, and the list goes on. So, if the rancher is putting in all this hard work, shouldn't he be getting rich? Unfortunately, for most, this isn't the case. Many longtime producers are looking at selling out, with fed beef cattle prices dropping by 30% with the pandemic. And while the producers are getting hit, the packers, dominated by 4 large corporations, have seen an increase in wholesale beef prices by 120%. The USDA says that the spread between the producer and the packers' prices is at 1,500%, an all-time record for the last 20 years. And because of the significant disparity, it has sparked federal and state antitrust investigations. Today, the 4 largest meat processors, Tyson Foods, Cargill, National Beef Packing Company, and JBS, control 82% of the world's meat production, compared to 25% in 1977. The lack of competition has resulted in sky-high prices for the consumer, but also record profits for the packers. JBS, the world's largest meat processor, is controlled by 2 brothers, Wesley and Jocelyn Batista. These 2 brothers have an estimated fortune of $5.8 billion. I think we know who's getting rich off the beef industry, and it's not me and you. Between July and September of 2021, they celebrated revenues of $18 billion, a 32% increase from the same quarter in 2020. Record profits came at a time when consumers were having to pay more to put food on their plates, when workers were out risking their lives every day to keep America fed, and producers are struggling to make a profit. I think there definitely needs to be a change here. It's time to make changes that benefit the producers, not just the packers. Reality is the pandemic just exposed the consequences of the consolidation of the meat industry. While I understand that there is no perfect solution to settle the disparity between the producers and the packers, I think we can all agree that there is some work that needs to be done. We need to support our regional and local processors, and we need to support the legislation that allows for America's beef producers to profitably continue to feed the world. It's time for the beef industry to receive a long overdue overhaul, and it's time to return the profits back to the producers. Thank you.
Oh, it's at times like these that I miss getting to ask questions. That was so good, Allie. Meet me after the competition. I got a question for you. Okay, let's go to Hallettsville. Miss Ashlyn Puska.
Which cow is yours? Which calf belongs to cow 128? Which cows were bred to the new herd sire? If your show steer accidentally got into a pen of steers, similar to himself in color and weight, would you be able to recognize your calf? These questions point out some of the main reasons for identifying beef cattle. Howdy, I'm Ashlyn Puska from the Hallettsville FFA chapter. This was my first year raising commercial steers, and it all began on tagging day with ear tags. These ear tags would help me identify each of my steers so that I could keep track of them for record book and show purposes. Livestock animal identification has been around for years and plays an important role in a cattle operation and in the cattle industry. Cattle identification, or ID, uses a means of markings in order to keep records on individual livestock animals or groups of animals so that they may be easily identified and tracked by both the individual owner and from the animal's birth throughout the marketing chain. Historically, early cattle owners used various methods to mark or brand their cattle to indicate ownership and prevent theft. But the reasons for identifying and tracking animals has evolved. Today, individual producers find identification in their cattle herds more important to maintain effective record keeping, performance testing, and reproductive and health documentation. Breed associations require permanent identification on registered animals, and steer shows require steers to be identified at the time of validation. As you can see, I have my 2 steers identified with official San Antonio Livestock Commercial Steer ear tags. Identification is also important to the traceability of cattle through the beef supply chain. The U.S. government has passed laws that require cattle identification in order to track individual animals from origin to slaughter, such as the Federal Traceability Act, passed in 2013 that requires certain cattle moving interstate to be officially identified. This helps ensure a rapid response to animal health and food safety concerns. All of these reasons make beef cattle identification essential to the beef industry. Some common methods of identifying beef cattle include hide brands by either hot iron or freeze branding on the hip or shoulder, ear notching, ear tagging, and ear tattoos. Electronic identification systems and biometric methods are newer technological advances used to ID cattle. EIDs are systems that use radio frequency to collect signals from devices attached to or implanted in the animal, while biometric methods use physical traits such as facial and retinal scans. EIDs and biometric methods should not replace the visual identification of animals, but do provide a fast and accurate identification when linked to certain management databases. Being able to quickly and efficiently identify cattle is an important part of cattle raising and the beef cattle supply chain. So, it is a guaranteed that cattle identification will only continue to improve and become more reliable over time. Thank you.
Real good. Thanks, Ashlyn. Next is Balin Kasurik from Burleson County 4-H.
Good morning. My name is Balin Kasurik, and I am a 10-year-old 4-H'er from Deanville 4-H. In all of my 10 years, I never thought my mom would let me get up in front of a large group of people to talk about belching and farting. But here I am today, ready to talk to you about methane gas production when cattle belch or fart. Cattle have 4 stomachs: the rumen, omasum, abomasum, and reticulum. Food passes through each stomach slowly, which causes carbon dioxide and hydrogen to come out as a belch or fart. Cattle have been blamed for increasing the current global warming trend. Farmers have also been blamed too. And cattle are also and according to the Environmental Protection Agency, cattle are responsible for 3.7% of greenhouse gas emissions in the U.S. Although this number is relatively small, farmers have some options. Although this number is relatively small, it is bigger than some other companies, but farmers have some options that they can do to help cattle reduce the methane gas emissions. farmers can use ionophores. Ionophores help cattle digest their feed. They can also use corn or legumes like I did, which also help digest their feed. And they can also get the cattle more healthier. Cattle are amazing animals that produce grass and grain and efficiently convert it into a great protein source. Cattle also provide a vitamin-rich product that contains iron, zinc, B6, B12, phosphorus, and riboflavin, along with the great nutritional values of beef. Cattle can also provide sporting goods, clothes, snacks, and ointment creams and medications. The world's current population is 7.9 billion, and the amount of farmland used for agriculture is 896 million acres, which has decreased over 50 million acres over the past 20 years. So, with the growing population and fewer farmland for agriculture, farmers will need to think about how to lower the greenhouse gas emissions to be a good steward of the earth. And so let's pass on the gas and show people the beef.
Good job. You know, I always comment about new speeches that we've never heard before in 23 years. I don't think the word fart has ever happened in here, Ryan. Nice job, Balin. Okay, next we have Luke Golow from Comal County 4-H. Come on up, Luke.
Hi, my name is Luke Golow. Please stand. I proudly turn the flag of the United States of America. A two populous states, one nation, and a God is both, eternity not is for. Return the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I proudly Texas, one sin, not a God, held one in this book. Please bow head. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, be done on earth as is be heaven. Give us this day our daily bread to justice, as we would give those best against us, for if it's not a temptation, a little evil. Amen. And please proceed it. Angus, Charlotte, Harvard, Limousine, Shorthorn, Limousine, eat beef is what's for dinner. Mr. Flair,
Luke, what's your favorite way to eat beef? Is it a hamburger or a steak?
Hamburger.
Yes! Mine too. Way to go, Luke. Next, from Groveton FFA, Mr. Jasper Dew.
I don't recall what day it was, but I was riding down the road with a good friend of mine, Ethan. As we passed a herd of Brahman cattle, my friend said, "Look at those camels." I quickly corrected him. Those were not camels, but Brahman cattle. Ethan said, "They have humps like a camel." I explained, "Yes, they have humps, but they don't store water. It's mostly fat." Hello. My name is Jasper Hayes Dew, and I want to talk to you today regarding Brahman-influenced cattle and their influence on other breeds of cattle. Brahman cattle were first imported to the United States in 1849. They have greatly improved since that first one stepped off the ship. In India, they are worshipped by their people. Now they are somewhat worshipped here in the United States. Santa Gertrudis, Charbray, Simbraw, Brangus, and Brayford are some of the new breeds that were made from Brahman. The most important Brahman bull in the history of the breed is Manso, and he influenced the breed more than any other bull. Brahman cattle have an unmatched hybrid vigor or heterosis. This means that the offspring or the F1 cross out of two pure breeds will outperform most pure breeds. The F1s or the first cross female are highly sought after. Just go to a Tom Johnson sale or attend the annual commercial cow sale here in San Antonio. Then you'll see the tiger stripes ringing the bell. The steers that go into the feedlot can thrive in many feeding environments. Brahman cattle are known for having a high cutability. They can thrive in almost any climate conditions. They are well suited for the high humidity we have down here in the south. Cow's heat stress comes into play when it's about 70 degrees. This is where Brahman is beneficial because of their ability to sweat freely, which allows them to keep cooler. Brahman cattle are almost immune to cancer eye because of their dark skin pigmentation. They can resist insects better than most breeds and some external parasites. Brahman cattle are what I would call a cheap date. They can thrive on lower quality forages and travel longer distances for feed and water. If you don't think a Brahman cow has much maternal ability, go get between her and her newborn calf. They have a long lifespan of production and are very fertile. They are known to produce calves year after year and can wean fast-growing calves with less input. You can usually get 3 to 5 additional calving years from a Brahman cow. So, in conclusion, if you're ever riding down the road and your friend doesn't know the difference between Brahman cattle and a camel, you can explain it to them. I bet the cow tastes better also.
Good job, Jasper. Way to go. Okay, Iola FFA, Miss Ainsley Akers.
Everyone has probably heard the saying, friends don't let friends do drugs. Well, today I'm here to say, friends don't let friends talk bad about beef. It's amazing how beef can get a bad rep with consumers, mainly because they don't really know the truth. No, not everything you see on the internet's true, you know. I was at school eating lunch with a friend the other day. We were talking about our favorite foods. I said mine was steak, medium rare. She said hers used to be, but she won't eat meat anymore because it's bad for the environment. When I asked her why, she said, well, we can feed more people with plants. So I took this opportunity to educate her and told her the facts. If you take 350 kilograms of corn, or roughly 770 pounds, and feed that directly to children, you can only meet the amino acid requirements for 3 kids. But if you take that 350 kilograms of corn and feed it to cattle, those cattle will then upcycle that corn into a nutrient-dense, high-quality protein source. that can meet the amino acid requirements for 17 kids. She said, well, they eat all the crops and they use all the land that we can use to feed people. I said, well, that's not true. The corn fed to cattle only accounts for 2% of all U.S. cropland acres. That accounts for 0.3% of all U.S. total land area. Did you know that the U.S. produces 18% of the world's beef with only 8% of the world's cattle? Without ruminants, about 800 million acres of land would be of no human food value. Land such as marsh-type areas along the coast, mountainous areas that can't be used for crops, and arid areas that can't be cultivated. But when we put ruminants on these areas, they can restock the nutrients of the land, utilize the feed sources that are inedible to humans, control vegetation to decrease fire fuel sources, and help in sequestering carbon in the environment. She said, well, what about the fact that plant-based meats or vegan meats are better for you? And I told her, let me tell you this. If you were to go look on the food label of the Beyond Meat or the Impossible Burger, you'll find things like pea protein isolate, soy protein concentrate, and if you go look at the label of vegan dog food, you find the exact same thing. So why would you want to eat something that you can't pronounce or that you would give to your dog when you can have beef, which is one ingredient, which provides you with protein, zinc, iron, niacin, vitamin B6 and B12, phosphorus, magnesium, potassium, all the nutrients that you need. She said, I could tell that I had shot holes in her theories. So as a last-ditch effort, she said, well, cattle are methane polluters, and they're impacting the greenhouse gas emissions. I told her that all of agriculture accounts for only 8% of all greenhouse gas emissions, and that cattle production only accounts for 2%. But in reality, 50% of the greenhouse gas emissions comes from transportation and electricity. During the COVID worldwide shutdown, the greenhouse gas emissions were actually reduced by 17%. But the vast majority of that was because of transportation and electricity. So, in reality, the cattle are not impacting the greenhouse gas emissions. She said, well, they have antibiotics in them. I told her that we do use antibiotics sometimes, but when it goes to human consumption, there is virtually no antibiotic residue because every slaughterhouse is inspected by the USDA for a safe and wholesome food supply. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ainsley. All right, let's go to Randall County 4-H, Miss Hope Gleghorn.
Hi, my name is Hope Gleghorn. I'm 15 years old, a member of Randall County 4-H, and a second-year starter on the Bushland High School varsity wrestling team. Let's take a trip back in time. Some of you might have to travel a little farther than others. But picture this. Your parents just told you you couldn't have something you wanted really bad. What would this make you do? Want it even more? Or forget completely about it? Congratulations, you're now in the same boat as the American consumer, and the thing they want is beef. Fortunately for us, in this situation, we're the cool parents, and we'll give our kids whatever they want. Today, I'd like to talk to you about the consumer demand for our product, how supply chains are getting our product to the market, and how we as beef producers can profit from this strong demand. Over the past 22 months, the world has been turned upside down, and supply chains for many products have been interrupted, disrupted, and in some cases, completely obstructed. These events coincide with beef demand pushing higher. And also, the consumer has shown us that they're willing to buy our product at various price points, both cheap and expensive. In 2020, the retail price for beef was $6.53 per pound. That's a high on average and approximately 63% higher than in the year 2006, which just happens to be the year I was born. Although 2021 data is not finalized, the expected price per pound for beef is $7.25 per pound. One last point to make in 2021. We basically had the same amount of beef available to sell as in 2020, but prices were 14% higher. That's strong demand. This is great news, but I hope you're asking yourself, what happens when beef becomes too expensive? Well, it would be absolutely ludicrous to compare my high-quality project standing behind me to, say, a pig or a chicken, or even the chicken nugget. But for this discussion, I'll make an exception. Retail beef prices are pushing higher, but so are pork and poultry prices. Since the year 2006, pork prices have increased 42%, and poultry prices climbed 21%. However, I genuinely think that we have a better product, and that the COVID situation helped us gain consumer trust. During COVID, consumers were forced to eat more in-home rather than taking food outside of the home. Consequently, that pushed the percent of food eaten outside of the home to plateau at 50%, whereas before COVID, that number was 53%. Palatability is influenced by three things: flavorness, juiciness, and tenderness. Carcasses that grade USDA choice or higher have an 83% chance of creating a satisfactory eating experience for the consumer, whereas carcasses that grade USDA select only have a 74% chance of creating that experience. These are exciting times in our industry, but we do have some challenges that we're going to have to overcome. Overall price inflation paired with market volatility, as well as liquidation of our cow herd, and the drought affecting 25% of our cow herd numbers. But I believe as an industry, we can come out stronger on the other side and produce a more sustainable product for our consumer. Thank you.
Thank you, Hope. Next is Jenna Stevenson from Spring Lake FFA.
Hello, my name is Jenna Stevenson. I'm 11 years old. This is my first year doing the San Antonio Commercial Steer Contest. I chose to be Jersey Limousine Steers because of four things: availability, consistency, health, and quality grade. Most of the time you have cattle coming to the feed yard in the fall. Why? A majority of cow-calf operations choose to calve in the spring. This makes it to where you have a lot of cattle in some times of the year and tighter supplies in the others. Days calve 52 weeks out of the year, making it to where they are easier to purchase throughout the year. The average ranch herd is 50 head, while the average dairy herd in Texas is 1,500 head. I live in Earth, Texas, which is in the middle of the panhandle, right in the middle of 8 of the top 10 counties for day cattle. This lends itself to consistency. You need to fill up pens with cattle that are even and similar to feed, so you can market them at their optimal weight to maximize profitability. Another upside to dairy cross cattle is health. Dairy cattle do not undergo the weaning stress the way beef cattle do, and most of them are bottle fed. Why does this play into health? A properly managed dairy will make sure that the calves have colostrum and are properly vaccinated. I bought my steers from Track Dairy in Millshoe, Texas. We have bought steers from there before, so we know how they grade. They will grade 90% choice or better. And many people think dairy cattle are not good beef cattle, but this is not true. Behind me are Jersey Limousine steers, and as of February 8th, the day I weighed them for my record book, they had gained a 3.4 and had a feed conversion of 5.99. The consumer is demanding choice or prime beef. My steers will provide that.
Thank you, Jenna. Next, from Fisher County 4-H, Mr. Gideon Preston.
Hi, my name is Gideon Preston. Today I will be talking about prussic acid and how it affects cattle. But first, let me tell you what exactly prussic acid is and where it comes from. But some plants, particularly sorghums and Sudan grass, can and will accumulate cyanogenic producing glucosides in the outer tissue layers of the plant. The enzymes that would trigger the prussic acid production are located in other tissues of the leaf. Now let's look at what happens to cattle when they ingest prussic acid. HCN, or prussic acid, prevents the oxygen from being absorbed into the bloodstream, and cyanide prevents the utilization of oxygen. When these things happen, animal tissues are deprived of oxygen. The symptoms can include increased respiration, increased pulse rate, gasping, muscles twitching or nervousness, trembling, foam from the mouth, blue coloration of the lining of the mouth, and spasms or conclusions. Death occurs from respiratory paralysis. Although these are the symptoms, they are seldom seen because most animals that have been poisoned die within minutes. Once the toxic agents enter the bloodstream, it only takes 1 gram of HCN to kill a 1,000-pound cow. Finally, there are at least a couple of steps you as a cattle producer can take to prevent your cattle from prussic acid. The first is to pull cattle off of sorghum and other producers of prussic acid for 10 to 14 days after a freeze. The second is you can test for prussic acid through agencies such as Texas A&M's Ag Life Extension System. Neither method is foolproof, and the testing can prove to be both time-consuming and inexpensive. Overall, you do not want your cattle or other animals ingesting prussic acid. Should they, there is ultimately nothing to be done. As I stated before, the cattle typically die within minutes of ingestion. Thank you for your time.
Real good, Gideon. Thank you. Next is Colton Scarborough from Iowa Park FFA.
Picture it. You are walking into Texas Roadhouse, and you walk by the glass display on where they're keeping all their steaks. You see the people throughout this restaurant ordering these steaks. But do they actually know where they are coming from? In this world, there are 7 billion people, and a majority of them are unaware of where their food comes from and need to realize the steps it takes to get it on their plate. Good afternoon. I'm Colton Scarborough, and I'm a freshman at Owl Park High School and a member of Owl Park FFA chapter. I've been showing animals since the 6th grade, from chickens to lambs, and I really enjoyed it. But then I found about my true passion, cattle. So I tossed the idea around about showing a heifer or a steer, but then my mom found out about the Cross Timbers program in Montague County. It was just what I was looking for. In this program, you only needed 1 steer instead of 2, and I live on a small farm, and luckily there was a bull calf born that year. So it worked out perfectly. Through this program, I realized the step it takes to get from a small bull calf to the point where it can actually feed my family. The most interesting part, in my opinion, was when I was able to see my steer's hanging carcass. With everyone's steers in the cooler, I was able to compare my steers with everyone else's. It fascinated me, and I learned just how much meat just 1 steer can provide. So I wanted to go to the next level, and so I bought 2 Black Angus steers for the San Antonio Commercial Steer Show. With feeding 2 steers instead of 1, and actually having to purchase them this year, the expenses were much greater, but the experience is even better. I was able to transfer my knowledge from last year's project to this year's project. It was also very hard to find 2 identical steers that also had good genetic backgrounds. Since we actually bought them this year, they were unfamiliar with our area and our people. And I quickly learned that being super skittish isn't going to help my average daily gain and actually make them lose pounds instead of gain. But with me spending time with them, they have calmed down and gained an average of 3.83 pounds per day. A change I made from last year to this year is that I decided to change feed. I felt like last year, my steer gained too much fat and actually decreased my yield grade. So I decided to change feed programs to see if I would obtain better results. And from the ultrasound that I saw yesterday, I feel like I did. There are many facets into raising commercial beef, such as feeding them approximately the same day or feeding them twice instead of once. And I'm just beginning to scratch the surface on learning about the commercial beef industry. But one thing I do know is that the food we eat at the grocery stores just doesn't magically appear out of nowhere. And people need to understand and realize this, how much work takes to get that patty on the burger, that meatloaf in the oven, or that steak in the glass display at Texas Roadhouse. It doesn't magically come out of nowhere. It is produced by our agriculturalists in the commercial beef industry. I have truly enjoyed this project, and I'm able to share my experience with others. And people need to realize and understand the steps it takes to get their food on the plate, not just with beef, but other foods produced by animals as well. It's hard to believe that people still think chocolate milk comes from brown cows. You think I'm joking, but I'm not. There are people at my school that believe this myth, even though they are high schoolers. It doesn't come out of it. And we need to teach and educate kids about this, not just in agriculture class, and I'm trying to do my part in creating this awareness as well. After speaking with some of my fellow FFA members, now other people are also doing commercial steer projects. Several didn't even know this was an opportunity until I shared my experience with them, And now they are excited for me to be participating in the San Antonio Commercial Steer Show and can't wait for me to share this experience with them as well. I am proud to be raising livestock and can gladly say that I have provided food for not only my family, but for the 7 billion people in our world as well. And one day, maybe one day, one of my steaks can be in that glass display at Texas Roadhouse. Thank you.
Thank you, Colton. Good job. Next is Cooper Pitcock from Young County 4-H.
When you think of nutrition for feeder calves, you often think of what they are getting in the feedlot. How much feed they get. Protein versus roughage. But there's an aspect of nutrition that's equally as important, and that's what they get before they go to the feedlot. Hi, my name is Cooper Pitcock from Loving, Texas and Young County 4-H. And today I'm going to talk to you about nutrition leading up to the feedlot, particularly grasses, supplements, and weaning rations. All begin where the calves begin to explore the grass. It's important to have high-quality grazing in your pasture to maximize the genetic potential of producers bred into them. Stocking rates and brush management greatly affect this, but so is forage quality. My steers grew up on a grass mix that included side oats grama, green sprangletop, Wellman's lovegrass, Klein grass, and my favorite, beat-all blue stem. Also, in a more native pasture, they had access to K-Ora bluestem and Texas wintergrass. My steers grew so well on these grasses that they were able to start on feed at only 9 months old. These more favorable grasses are more nutritious and productive, and this was a strong foundation for the health and well-being of my cattle. Grasses differ throughout the state and country, and with a little research or help from NRCS or local extension agent, ranchers can find out what grasses would be most beneficial where they live. A second aspect of nutrition for feeder calves is that of supplements. An article in the Beef Magazine reports proper vitamin and mineral nutrients contributes to a strong immune system, reproductive performance, and calf weight gain. Also, Dr. Ben Edwards tells of a herd of cattle grazed on natural landscape, a large ranch in New Mexico, with no supplements given. When their time was done and they were harvested, they biopsied the liver and found that they were deficient in copper. This was due to a copper deficiency in the soil. Once the ranchers started to add copper, they had better calf weight gains, higher fertility rates, and less pink eye infections. I know in North Texas, phosphorus, copper, and zinc are often deficient in our soil. Phosphorus is very important for reproductive efficiency, which is the most important trait in beef cattle production. A last aspect of nutrition for feeder calves is that of post-weaning rationing care. While weaning calves growing out on grass still need quality supplements and grasses, a good ration for the first few weeks can make a large difference in their performance. What they need is a receiving ration, high in fiber roughage to take the place of energy that they are getting from their mama's milk. Our receiving ration contains 14% protein, 3.5% fat, and 22% fiber, in addition to other vitamins and minerals. When choosing a ration, make sure to choose one not too high in grain, or you'll have to add hay as roughage. Once the calves learn how to eat, a higher protein ration should be given while growing out on grass. But some cattle go to wheat pasture, where no feed can really replace what the wheat provides. In addition to this, bunk raking calves makes a large difference in their performance and transition to the feedlot. Bunk raking calves get their stomachs used to a ration and on a routine. My steers were bunk broke and used to being hand-fed whenever I got them. This made a large difference in their performance. They are gentle and comfortable with me being around them. unlike steers I've had in the past, which were nervous throughout the entire project. As producers raise and send cattle to the feedlots, they must remember to focus on the nutrition from the very beginning to the very end, and not just put emphasis on what they're getting in the feedlot. By doing this, ranchers can produce quality cattle that will be easier to feed out, making a feedlot's job easier as well. Thank you.
Why don't we take a quick post-lunch break right quick, and we'll come back in about 10 minutes.
Maybe I should stand on that hay bale and then like cut up. I think
Kiddos, y'all start making your way back.
There it goes. My screen is hot.
What number are you? I'm number 82. 82? Yes. All right. There's only like 8 people after me. Yes.
William's already up there. Okay, let's get started again with Sanger FFA, Mr. William Brown.
In today's global economy, biosecurity has become very important in making sure your cattle are healthy so you can make a profit. Producers can do this by following a simple checklist of things to make sure that your cattle stay healthy, because the only good steer is a healthy one. Hello, my name is Will Brown, and I'm from the Sanger FFA chapter. This is my 3rd year competing at the San Antonio Commercial Steer Contest. Biosecurity is a huge subject, so let's break it down into some simple things. The USDA recognizes 5 major ways that diseases are transferred. The first one is called direct contact. It happens whenever the disease enters through an open wound or from rubbing something. Tetanus is a really good example of this one because it enters through wounds. The second one is aerosols. It happens whenever you inhale infected droplets of water. COVID, it's the most relatable example. The third one is oral. It happens whenever you lick, bite, or eat anything that has been contaminated. Coccidiosis is the most common example for cattle. The fourth one is fomites. It is any non-living thing, such as a piece of equipment that is contaminated. This could be, that is contaminated that passes it on to a living thing. This could be any piece of equipment that has been not properly sterilized after use. And the last one is vectors. It's any living thing that passes the disease on to another living thing. Producers have to worry about certain things depending on where they live. For example, where we raise these steers in North Texas, there's blackleg in the soil. And my mom lost one of her steers whenever she was in high school to blackleg. So we started to follow the proper VAC 45 program to deal with this and other viruses that could kill our cattle. Whenever I looked at the FDA webpage, it also mentioned that you need to deal with the things coming into your ranch and the things leaving your ranch. So we started to take care of the fence lines on our property a little bit closer because we wanted to make sure that no animals were getting in that weren't ours, so that our cattle weren't being contaminated. In conclusion, to keep your cattle healthy, you can follow a simple checklist to make sure that you can make a profit. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Next, let's go to Snyder FFA and Peyton Pinkerton.
Hi, my name is Peyton Pinkerton, and I live in Snyder, Texas, and I'm a junior member of Snyder FFA. I got involved in this program mainly because my sister competed the previous years in Houston. I find this program to be the most useful and most realistic part of stock showing. We tend to have a healthy competitions whenever we're studying or working with our steers. I really like to solve puzzles, so I decided to quote Erno Rubik. If you are curious, you will find the puzzles around you. If you are determined, you will solve them. Can I have you mix this up, please? Can I have you mix it up, please? There are many problems or puzzles in the beef industry, and some of them are that which cattle breed is the best carcass, the best carcass grading, and which feed has the best feed conversion. When to sell and when to buy, and how to make a profit. I could go on and on, but the most difficult problem is probably going to be the market. And there's a few things that you'd need to know about that. Is that how a tiny virus can have such a huge impact on it, and something that I recently learned from an article by Paul Dykstra at drovers.com is how the carcass weight determines the currentness in the cattle and the fed cattle sector. So when there's a problem in the supply chain, you will see it in the carcass weights. So, and the carcass weights were 3 pounds lower in 2021 than in 2020, and we're still 23 pounds higher in 2021 than in 2019. This was caused by producers holding their cattle longer, and which led to higher costs to the producer. Just like with Erno Rubik, which took a month to solve his own invention, there's many problems in the beef industry today. And we cannot solve them all in one day. So I hope we can work together in the future to solve the problems of the beef industry.
Thank you, Peyton. I thought you were going to whip that thing back together for us right there at the end. Okay, next is Jesse Whitley from Hallettsville.
Calves in the living room. Can you believe it? About a year ago this time, my family had calves in the living room. Hello, my name is Jesse Whitley. I'm in the 8th grade and a member of Hallettsville Junior FFA. And this is my first year doing commercial steers in San Antonio. Today I'd like to talk to you about a management strategy we use on our cow-calf operation at home that makes a big difference for us. That strategy is using EPDs to make selection decisions. Well, what is an EPD, you might ask? EPDs are, it's an expected progeny difference, and they are the comparison of traits within a breed for the genetic potential of the offspring. EPDs are a combination of information, including full pedigree, genomic data, progeny information, and the animal's own performance record. When we are selecting EPDs for our first calf heifers, we focus on low birth weights in the hopes to reduce dystocia, or calving difficulties. When we are looking for sires for our mature cows, we focus on weaning weight, yearling weight, as well as carcass traits. When we are looking for a sire for our replacement heifer calf crop, we focus on high milking traits and heifer pregnancy data. Many producers mistakenly put more emphasis on raw measurements instead of on EPDs. Raw measurements include the specific genetics of an individual and the environment they live in, but the weather and nutrition available may create an unfavorable impression on their performance. But EPDs express great genetic potential if the animal has proper nutrition available. To conclude, it is critical to understand how valuable EPDs can be to a producer. Sound management decisions made using expected progeny differences can positively influence an operation from years to come. Setting goals, knowing breed advantages, selecting the right EPDs to focus on, and finding the individual that is right for your operation will surely help your bottom line in the future. After all, every calf counts. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Good job. Now let's go to Coleman County, Mr. Ethan Hemphill.
Is it ironic that people today who say that we need to protect our environment are also saying that GMOs are bad for the environment and our health? Hello, my name is Ethan Hemphill and I am from Coleman, Texas. First of all, GMOs are a genetically modified organism that has its genes altered by the process of genetic engineering. One example of this is, say, one farmer has a 20-acre plot of land, and another has a 10-acre plot of land, and one has a 10-acre plot of land. They are both growing corn, and except the one with the 10-acre plot of land has genetically modified his corn to grow twice as much as he usually would. This means that he would be growing the same amount of corn as the one with the 20-acre plot of land. This also helps the environment because come harvesting season, he would be using less he would be emitting less exhaust from the tractor he uses. Another benefit is that GMOs could be used to not need any pesticides or herbicides. This helps the farmer because he would be spending less money on those herbicides or pesticides. GMOs have also played a big role in history. In 1950, the Hawaiian papaya plant industry was being struck by a disease known as the ring spot virus. This virus would make the papaya plant inedible and could have caused a harmful disease in humans. Later, scientists came up with the rainbow papaya plant. This plant was genetically modified to resist the virus, which saved the papaya plant industry. Another example is that 70 years ago, the U.S. was being attacked by a pest known as the screwworm fly. This fly looked just like a normal housefly, except it had a much uglier purpose. It would lay its eggs on the outsides of wounds on livestock, preferably horses, cows, and pigs. Once the larvae hatched, it would burrow into the animal's skin, it would burrow into the animal's skin and literally start eating the flesh, making it extremely painful for the animal. Scientists later made the sterile screwworm fly, which was genetically modified to not reproduce. And once they made more, they spread them all over America and Mexico. And later, every screwworm fly was gone. Now, GMOs may seem great and all, but there have been some scientists that went too far. Some have made a rat grow an ear on its back, or a chicken that wouldn't grow feathers. Yeesh. What I learned from this experience is that GMOs could make a big impact on agriculture and our environment. So next time you go to the store to buy GMO foods, or even start growing your own GMO crop, make sure to expect the positive results. Thank you.
Good job, Ethan. Thank you, bud. All right, let's go to Iola. Mr. Wyatt Akers.
Hello, can everybody hear me? All right, so for those of y'all who are ropers in here, I want you to raise your hand. Hey, parents and everybody else. There's none of y'all kids rope? Okay, I'm just kidding. But so I want to put an imagination in y'all's mind, even if you don't rope. Pretend that you're in the NFR, your first call high back, and you're ready to go. You're pumped, you're ready. You're running through the chute. You nod your head, you feed your slack, and you throw. You just slap the calf's back. Completely miss. That's what it's like to not have beef in your diet. You're missing it. So Beef provides a high protein and it helps build muscle mass. A 6-ounce portion of 80% lean beef provides around 46 grams of protein. Beef is also very rich in minerals. A 6-ounce portion contains around 10% of your daily value of copper, 18% of iron, 7% of magnesium, 40% of phosphorus, 10% of potassium, 50% of selenium, and 65% of zinc. Oh. A 6-ounce portion of beef also provides around 152% of your daily value of vitamin B12. Beef contains about 50% more carnosine than found in poultry. Carnosine helps boost your immune system and reduces inflammation. It also reduces the harm of a process called glycation. Glycation is directly related to the human aging process. So always remember, you don't want to miss beef in your diet like you don't want to miss at the NFR. Thank you.
Thank you, Wyatt. Okay, let's go to Cy Weber from Slidell FFA.
Steers basically look the same, but you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. They grow, gain, and finish differently, and unfortunately can get sick. Producing a uniform, consistent product is a challenge, even for the best ranchers. Hi, my name is Cy Weber, and I am from the Slidell Junior FFA chapter. Today I want to talk to you about the benefits of selling your cattle through value-added programs. But first, what does value-added programs involve? Luckily for you, I know a little something about this because what happens on my family's ranch. My gramps manages the Clayton Ranch in Denton, Jack, and Palo Pinto counties. 20 years ago, he decided to look into value-added programs for the ranch's steer calves. The program focuses on receiving market and carcass premiums for calves that meet certain standards. Examples of value-added programs are verified natural beef, age source verified, black Angus verified, non-hormone treated cattle, or NHTC, China, EV, Global Animal Partnership, or GAP, 45 to 90 days weaned and pre-conditioned calves. There are multiple management decisions to be made if you intend to get the most benefits from value-added programs. First, you need to consider herd health by using appropriate vaccinations, insect control, and deworming. Maintaining a closed herd is also essential to reduce outside influences that can affect your herd. Proper nutrition by providing ample forage, supplemental feedings, and mineral supplements benefit cattle health and calf development. Good health and nutrition leads to a controlled breeding season. A 60 to 90-day calving season is important to produce a consistent set of calves. Let's also not forget proper facilities and labor to handle work, wean, and pre-conditioned calves. The most important management decision to consider is genetic selection. Calves that do not have the genes to marble never will. Many believe that buying a top bull is all you need. However, the cows also need the best genetics to produce the best calves. You should look to target carcass quality, weaning weight, maternal traits, and docility when selecting genetics for your herd.
These management practices produce calves that grow and wean heavy, gain during preconditioning, avoid health issues, perform in the feedlot, and produce high-quality carcasses. Our ranch consistently produces cattle that create high choice and pride. It may take work, genetics, and the willingness to stick with program requirements, but in the end, it pays. In conclusion, value-added programs can be a great opportunity for ranchers to earn more from their cattle, regardless of market conditions, through premiums designed to target good management and genetics. When I look at my Gramps' cattle, I am proud to see top cattle that bring top dollar. Thank you.
Nice job, Si. Thank you very much. And now let's go to Hallettsville's Mr. Jet Long.
This is a speech you've been waiting on. Ladies and gentlemen, I am privileged to speak to you today about bovine implants. My name is Jet Long, and I am a proud Hallettsville FFA member. Animal science is at the top of the list as one of the most important aspects in livestock development. There are many different fields of study broken down to help us understand them and the effects they have on the industry. One of those is beef implants. There are many questions out there as to whether or not they are safe to use in animals intended for human consumption. People also ask if there are any added benefits in implementing them into their herd protocol. If so, what are these benefits and how is it done? Cattle implants have long been a part of the beef industry. In fact, research shows that the first implants were created in the year 1957. Since then, they have evolved and improved and become the industry standard for today. In fact, 92.3% of all cattle coming into a feedlot background have been implanted at least once before coming to that feed yard. Cattle implants are hormones, but they are hormones naturally created by the body itself. These are replicated by scientists in lab to increase the level of those hormones in a safe manner. These products are naturally found within the living plant and animal cells and are the driving force in cellular activity. Beef cattle implants are approved by the Federal Department of Agriculture, deeming them safe to be used in animals intended for human consumption. This gives them the good, healthy certification of good products that is in no way unsafe or in any way illegal. The way implants work is they are typically inserted on the back side of the ear of calves under the skin, and with time, the implants slowly dissolve into the bloodstream. This helps ensure that they maintain a low concentration at constant measures. In doing this, we know that it is safe to use for producers, and that way, when a producer comes to the store, they have no regrets or second thoughts about choosing implanted beef because there is no residue. When we think about implants on two different scales, let's think a small scale first and then a larger scale. Typically, a smaller producer, say around 100 head or so, will take their cattle to an auction barn after they're weaned. They will be sold based upon live weight of these cattle. For them, it is not beneficial to use these implants because they will not see the premium on investment. However, when a much larger producer, say 300 to 400, use implants, they're typically going to wean their calves and then start them on feed at home and go through an intensive backgrounding process called preconditioning. After they have been preconditioned for long enough and grow to an average of 750 pounds, they will then send them to a feedlot to be finished. After the feedlot, they will be taken to the slaughterhouse where they're graded for quality and maturity grade and are given the stamp of approval. They are then paid based upon the hanging weight of the carcass. For them, it is beneficial to use implants because they're having to spend the extra money because they're using what's called ownership. When using this type of ownership, it is important to remember that there are going to be added costs because they will keep these calves much longer than if they were to go through the sale barn. This is because they're having to pay the feed cost, the feedlot for taking care of the animals, as well as the added health costs that would accumulate over time. In all, implants are safe to be used, and nobody should have a second thought about not eating implanted beef. I hope y'all have a great day, and let's go find out the results.
Folks, there's your crop of 2022 commercial steer public speakers. How about a big round of applause for them? Kiddos, I could not be more proud. I could not be more proud of you. You did so good today. I'm just so excited for today. I'm so excited for your future, and I can't wait to hear what Dr. McNeil has to say.
You guys want to know what Molly and I were talking about when we were whispering here, don't you? But we were saying what an awesome job, and I think we said this last year, but no doubt this year the presentations were stronger than anything we've seen, not just this year or last year, but in years before that I've been here just delivering a presentation. So you guys have done a great job. I know there's a lot of younger contestants too, and I'll tell you, we heard some of the strongest presentations from these up-and-comers today too, so we're really excited about that. Love the wide variety of presentations. We definitely got the memo loud and clear on Packer concentration and all that, so that's good. We're taking those back to the office as well. So thank you, Trace. I know Molly and I just both appreciate being here.
Good. Dr. McAdams, would you add something?
Of course, I'll always add something. What Shailene had to say is it's really important. You need to take to heart that each year, I think that you're learning from the years prior, right? So whether it's older siblings or just experiencing the contest, but I've been involved in this now for several years, either through my son or now through helping judge the speeches, and the quality has improved very significantly. So there's a very tight cluster around the mean, I'm sure, with when we look at how these speeches are going to be graded out. There's still room for improvement, and so hopefully we had enough time to give you great feedback. I know Shailene well enough, and I know that both of us took time to really give you the kernel or the nugget that would help you in the future. But in general, just an outstanding performance today. It was delightful to listen to all the different approaches, the creativity, and how articulate you are in having this conversation about something you have passion for. So appreciate your advocacy. Good luck.
Folks, these ladies gave away an entire day for you. Give them both a big round of applause. Thank you both so much. We just couldn't do it without you. Dr. Miller, what do you think?
I think Dr. Rathman's going first.
Okay.
Doc's always got to have the last word. So proud, all you kids. How many of you guys were disappointed that we didn't ask you questions that you prepared for? Y'all were disappointed? Y'all wanted the questions? All right. They want oral examinations.
You're going to get them next year, that's for sure. We're going back.
What we have on hand then is a lot of graduate students. They're looking forward to that defense.
The three of us missed asking the questions more than you guys missed getting them, believe me.
No, it was great. And I asked Doc up here, it didn't dawn on me until Luke came up here and led us in the national anthem and the Lord's Prayer that we didn't start this morning with that. And so I appreciated Luke coming back and doing that with us to set the right tone. That was good. I'm going to steal Doc's words up here to give our perspective on what we think of you kids out there. Doc said this morning, this is like the Navy SEALs. And that is true. You guys are more polished, more educated, more confident in your ability to communicate than a large chunk of college students. that we work with every day, and you kids are much earlier in your path than those kids. And so I can speak from experience. Once kids that come out of this program get in that college atmosphere, they are leaps and bounds ahead of their peers. And so you guys, I know it's tough work. I know y'all have to grind and a lot of daily responsibility, but I'm telling y'all it is worth it. I'm sure that the folks around the room that invest a lot of time and put their heart in this program can give you countless examples of where the people that have came through this program have ended up in their careers and how they've impacted our industry, and it is huge. I wanted to make sure that we recognize and thank the volunteers that are working in the back. A lot of times, we're out front here and we don't recognize them. There are a lot of folks that give of their time. I wanted to point that out specifically for you kids because there's a lot being invested in each and every one of you guys. And when you get of the age, there's a big expectation for y'all to unselfishly give back. Not only to this program, but to the industry and to your communities in the same light. And so pay it forward because there's people that are making that silent investment in y'all today, okay? And so that's a good example of how y'all should live. Just this year, every good feedlot manager, they look at their closeout data and they study how their cattle graded. And so I did the calculations real quick, and I'm just going to share it with you kids on what we thought about your cattle. Most of the time when we look at distributions in nature, everything's kind of distributed by a bell curve. And so like the grade of cattle that would receive the most in the industry is more so low choice. But of course, a lot of top choice cattle as well. But it was kind of an inverse as we looked at it. Because we had maybe some cattle that were still a little underfed, but then we had a bunch of cattle that were sure prime and top choice type cattle, and you kids did an outstanding job with them. So I counted the colors back here. Y'all brought to the show this year 71% black-hided cattle, which is pretty much right in line with what our industry distribution is. And then we had 16% red-hided cattle and 13% Charolais-influenced cattle. On your grading distribution, we graded 11% of them prime, which is right in line. The industry is about 10% prime. And then we had 41% top choice. You guys did a tremendous job feeding the cattle this year. Thought y'all got them heavier. Y'all got them more market ready and ready to go and fitting for our industry and where we're at today. And then we had 25% low choice and 23% select. So collectively, you guys had 78% in our eyes choice and prime, which is right in line with the industry as well. So congratulations to everybody. Did a fantastic job this year. I'm awfully proud of you.
I want to thank all you guys because it's a real honor and pleasure to come here and spend the time with you. And I was asked a question earlier this week when I was superintendent at the Heifer Show, what you thought the future of America was. And I told them it's unbelievably bright because just look at all the kids that are here. And I think if you came in the back doors today and you looked at all of you guys, there's no doubt that we have an extremely bright future in the beef industry and in agriculture. And a lot of that is attributed to all the people sitting in the room that are the parent leaders and the supporters and the ag teachers, county agents, and the supporters of this contest. So I would like to follow up with what Dr. Rathman said and ask you to give those people a round of applause because there's a lot of work that went into getting you here. You know, for me, one of the things that I think is so cool is you look at the world and it's becoming smaller every day. There's a lot of things going on. In our lifetime, Dr. Rathman and I have seen the world shrink, and it keeps shrinking more rapidly by the minute. And the beef industry is a great example of that, and some of the speeches address that great. And so I want you to think about how you can go out and get back and have a global impact with what you do in your career. Some of you guys, this is your first year, and it's a great opportunity to be able to learn and to grow. But I can guarantee you by the time you finish this program in the next 7 or 8 years, the world's going to shrink by probably 50% more than it is today. We have seen that happen so tremendously, and that's why those beef prices have changed so rapidly. And it's a great opportunity to be a beef producer in America. And so I think that one of the things that we have to do is we have to be able to do what you're doing here today, and that's to be able to get our message out. We have to get it out in a way that's really concise, that people can see that what we have is not bad for the environment and why it really is not bad, and what we're doing is the right thing to do, and how it is a good, nutritious, healthy product. And I think that you guys are the reasons why that'll happen. I think that Ryan nailed it right on the head, and we talk about this all the time, how we're just blown away with you guys. And you're really already at a sophomore level in college, and you're training when you get out of this program. And so don't let that hold you back. Go and grow that a little higher, and go out there and really try to help this industry to achieve. And so I just want to thank each of you for putting in the time, the effort, the hard work. Many of you guys are doing so many things simultaneously, and it's greatly appreciated. And so really appreciate San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo for putting this thing on, for what it takes to make it happen, and all the sponsors, volunteers, and the folks that generate all of the money that makes it happen every day. And we really appreciate you guys, and we'll look forward to seeing many of you hopefully next year.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. Folks, you couldn't pack that sale ring with any more knowledge of your industry, and you certainly couldn't pack it with two people that cared more about you and your future than those two men do. You're also looking at two of the busiest men on this complex, and they give this day to you. Let's give them a big round of applause. Guys, thank you so much. All right, folks, we're going to go run some numbers and tabulate some scores and put together a winner list, and then we're going to come have a big pachanga tonight. All right, the banquet is back at 6:30 tonight. Y'all come back. No limit on the number of people that you can bring, but that doesn't mean go gather up everybody you know outside. But if your family's here, I don't want you to feel like because both mom and dad are here that both can't come, or grandparents are here. Please bring them. We want them here. So we'll see you tonight at 6:30. We'll do a banquet. We'll do a supper banquet, and then we will hand out some awards. Had a few announcements before we go. I need everything out of the back by 3:30. That's all your tack, all your feed, all your buckets. Get everything out of the back by 3:30 because we will start loading your cattle out of here shortly thereafter. Is that it? Anybody else got anything? Any questions we can answer? Okay, we're going to stay and visit. We'd love for y'all to do the same thing. Thank you all.